Back tonight. Sending already, but I'm going to be taking a break before we begin so that I don't have to take another one for a while. I'm getting the stream up and running first. Here we go. Looks like it's going good. Picks up on the other side. Reading. Gonna close it there. Pop the chat down. And run over here. On break, 5 minutes. I could use a better one than that. You still have the nice sounds in the background of the rain, anyhow. The gentle tinkle. I already tried. Thinking about stuff from earlier. Who did I have on earlier? John was on. Hilljack was on. A few others. Janet was on. Good to see whoever. I don't know if anyone's going to be here this evening. It matters not. I have work to do, so I'll do it here. Keeping to myself, perhaps? I don't know. It's an isolated sound room that I'm in here. With a funny kind of chair. What am I doing? Oh, I was watching some Sticks, actually. And I think that's what we're going to start with. Is this taken or not? I'm going to double check it. No, it didn't. It has problems when there's more than one type of browser open, I've noticed. Like it doesn't lock down specific instance ID for program, which is weird. So anyhow, I'm gonna listen to this in the background for a minute.
All right, everyone. You may have noticed a lot of people
loud.
were surprised because it turned out Trump was working with the Democrats, the evildoers, on a debt deal, sort of deficit spending.
What?
Now he's saying, "Oh, let's just get rid of the idea of the debt ceiling entirely."
Working with Democrats?
Obama was right, basically. And
I'm going to tell you something else. I think Trump's been working with Democrats for a long period of time in his life, if you think about it. So
I hate to say it again, but I told you that this sort of thing would happen. I happen to disagree, by the way, on the general premise of the deal. I think we should just let the government get shut down, keep it shut down permanently, because if it's a non-essential worker, we don't need to be paying them. That, I think, would be a better deal. I think the idea is we should slash and burn as many bureaus as possible. Get rid of them, consolidate them together where applicable. If you have some fundamental function that you have to have it, you've got surveillance going on foreign targets, you don't want that to lapse. I can understand that. But if we just constrained the bureaus properly, reduced many of their sizes, eliminated some and consolidated the rest properly, we'd have a more efficient government. It would be much cheaper. The military. We've got all sorts of military
he's talking in the background.
bureaus and groups within the military that micromanage and handle this and that and the other thing with a lot of paperwork. Why isn't that more streamlined like it maybe was 100 years ago when our military was like considered second to none? It was sort of like everyone worried when the U.S. troops showed up because the Germans during World War II, their assessment of U.S. soldiers is sort of similar to the way the Soviets viewed them. Oh, well, everything's so chaotic, you can't really plan against them because you don't know what they're actually going to do, and so it makes it hard to actually defeat them. Now we've got a very strictly regimented style military, sort of a European style military. And I think that it makes it less formidable. It makes it more predictable and legalistic. And that's great, maybe if you're relying just on technology to cripple an opposing army out of existence. Okay, then maybe that's fine because of technological supremacy alone. Otherwise, it's lackluster. When we're dealing with non-state actors, we repeatedly lose. We win the battle, we lose the war over and over again. So I think that's a problem as well. But Trump's swing to the center does involve working with the Democrats. I think there are other things he could work with them on that would be better ideas. For instance, you've seen in a very, very short span of time, now this is driving people like Ann Coulter up the wall. Hate to say I told you so, Ann, but I told you so. Trump, with DACA, he says, well, I'm ending it. As far as the executive order goes, it is no longer. It's no longer in effect. Then he comes in and says, okay, but at the same time, I'm giving this to Congress because Congress has got legally to deal with this. It's just a patch on the situation if it's coming from the executive branch. His fans may want him to sign legislation, kick them all out, but he knows better than to do that because the next president who comes along can just undo it. You're not understanding the sort of strategy that he's employing. He always intended to work with the Democratic Party. He's got more in common on some issues with the Democrats than the Republicans anyway. He's got the never-Trumpers right now shaking their heads in awe, acting surprised and saying, oh, well, this is, it's kind of a welcome thing. No shit. That's because Trump's not that far out there. He is a mild, money-based reformer. He's going to go after trade deals. He's going to try to get something accomplished with taxes. We'll see what the fuck he manages to hammer out there.
He's going after trade deals.
And foreign affairs. He's not concerned with all of your weird moral issues. That's a remnant of the old guard of the Republican Party. Trump's aversion to political correctness and unwillingness to filter himself is the defining feature of his domestic policy. He doesn't care if you're offended at what he says, nor, by the way, should you be. When people call him crazy, they call him racist and bigoted and stuff, you don't understand where Trump's coming from. He's simply non-PC. In fact, in that token, he's like me. You don't have to have racialistic views to think that somebody shouldn't be permanently banned from ever having a job for telling one off-color joke. It's just common sense. It just makes sense to operate in that fashion. As far as the debt deal itself, essentially this keeps government going. And he's like, well, the Republicans aren't really going to even work with me. I'll just work with the Democrats and maybe the never-Trumpers instead. Give him a quick surprise. Do you think this is part of his longer-term strategy? I think it is. Just like getting rid of Bannon. And then I said, well, Gorka's next, and Gorka goes. I said Betsy DeVos. Might not be long for the world in his cabinet. And behold, what do you have over the last couple of days? Increasing concern about Betsy DeVos and what she's doing. Even odds are she's relieved of her post at some point, which, by the way, wouldn't be a huge problem. She's a little bit out there, by my standards, I mean. As far as the others, like, I don't have a problem with Bannon, or with Bannon's approach. In fact, I agree more with Bannon than I do with Trump on some issues. I would say Gorka, I don't personally have a problem with him at all, but it was evident that he was the next one that was going to go. I liked Scaramucci. I thought Scaramucci was hilarious. I was kind of sad when he left, but it's like, obviously, yeah, I gave an interview to the lamestream media. I totally wasn't expecting that they were going to leak it to the entire world. I thought it was confidential and shit. Yes, I'm sure he's so dumb that he actually thought that was going to be the case. It totally wasn't part of Trump's plan involving Scaramucci as a deflection off of other debates that were happening at the time. Same with Bannon. Well, I gave this interview. I didn't know it was going to go public. You assured me that it was going to be private. Yes, Steve Bannon, who has worked in the media for years, he totally expected that it was going to be fair and it was good. It was that nobody would ever leak it in order to sensationalize. Nobody would ever do that. And it would never happen. Trust me. He's just so dumb. Meanwhile, Trump does exactly what he fucking meant to do in the first place, which is he's trying to negotiate. Because
Sticks
he's a
to the
negotiator in
F-bombs,
chief,
right?
and it's going to work. My prediction
Dropping
is that
them like,
over
you know,
time,
no
people are going
tomorrow.
to see a marked decline in the veracity of any reports of Trump being nuts. You saw today, or you probably saw today, of course. It was posted, was it Salon or being, I can't remember which outlet, it could have been Business Insider. And they had a person in there to say, oh, well, yeah, Trump shows signs of narcissism, but he's not mentally ill. Plenty of powerful people are narcissistic. It's not a mental illness all the time. And this is coming from somebody who, is like a psychiatrist or something. Oh, how
Taking
different
notes.
that is from a month ago. They were calling him crazy all the time and having boards and boards of psychologists come on to talk about all the disorders he supposedly had. Don't you notice a little bit of a change in the wind here? Trump's strategy is working. Now, this goes to, I can't remember the username. That other user said, oh, Trump will resign in 6 months if he can't shake hands with the establishment. He wants to be loved. But, Sticks is right on a lot of things, but wrong on this. I told you, this is why I predict he'll still be there, and he'll do just fine. Because he is a negotiator. Because he is shaking hands with the establishment. Now, he's doing that with a dagger behind his back. This is what his core fans need to understand. Trump intends to negotiate and outmaneuver everybody else in D.C. And it's working. He's had them all fixated on nonsense like he's crazy, he's a racist, and he's going to start World War III. When it becomes evident that that will not happen, it's like the Russia investigation. Everyone keeps talking about Paul Manafort. They talk about Manafort and Michael Flynn. When's the last time that a media report actually indicated Trump himself was going to be swept up in it? They've been demoralized. They realize that he's not actually working with the Russians. Instead, we find out that the real fraud was in New Hampshire and involved people with out-of-state driver's licenses voting, potentially giving the state to Hillary Clinton. That's the actual fraud that we see. It's low level, but in a state where the race was that close, it probably, Trump probably technically won New Hampshire. It's not a big issue. I mean, he wins the election. It's kind of sour grapes to worry about it because the outcome wasn't affected. I mean, it's New Hampshire with what? 3-4 electoral votes. It's not exactly a California or Texas or something like that. So not as big an issue, I think, for many people. But he's going to keep it up. You're going to see more of centrist Trump. I do disagree with eliminating the debt ceiling. I do disagree with continuing deficit spending. I would say on these tokens, I disagree with Trump greatly. But that doesn't mean that this isn't a tactic that he's using in order to deal with the swamp. He's trying to make deals with them that benefit his administration and hopefully the American people. My hope is that he does this with tax reform. Yeah, go ahead and throw the Democrats a couple bones, get them on board, and drastically lower the overall rate. Eliminate the self-employment tax, cut the corporate tax rate because, that's affecting small businesses more than it is an actual corporation. It's like, I was looking up tax rates. I wonder if the Democrats realize this, or I should say the leftists in the country. They say, if we only had more taxes, we could spend more on disaster relief, we could spend more on blah, blah, blah. Have you looked at the tax rates of the United States compared with other nations? We've got sky-high tax rates compared to most of them, including a lot of other first world countries. Now, if Norway can have a lower actual operative tax rate and be technically a socialist nation that you praise constantly for being socialist, by the way, why aren't we? What's the difference other than we don't have single payer? Is that really the only hang-up that you have with our entire system? So you want to go further. You want like a 99% tax rate, I think. You basically just want to centrally plan everything. That's your problem. Because you don't understand anything about the history of the world. And you think that that can be implemented without being totally abusive. Trump will continue to swing to the center. You may see some other mavericks on his cabinet get forced out. Although it's not even clear at this point. I think he made his point with Bannon and Gorka, honestly, as sort of a throwaway to get the basis of his wall and a few other things. He does, though, have to hardline immigration. On DACA, he can back off and let the legislature handle it. Because if the legislature goes more in his direction and does end up deporting a bunch of people, it's a victory for him with his core fans. If it doesn't really affect him because he's going to say, well, he'll come out and address these people. He'll go to a rally and do this. And he'll say, ultimately, even if I disagree with their decision, it's not my decision to make because all I can do is sign an executive order like Obama did, and you'll notice, with a stroke of my pen, I undid it. What's the point? It's not a lasting solution. We need better for the American people. He'll say something to that effect if the legislature decides to let all the DACA recipients stay. And it'll work because he'll deflect it off on the legislature. Therefore, the left isn't going to attack him for it. There's nothing to attack. DACA essentially remains in flux. I would personally prefer a more moderate approach where some of those individuals probably would get deported. Not all. And I know that some people have a problem with this, with me, some of my fans. I don't have a problem with somebody who came here when they were 2 or 3 years old. That is some of the people who received leniency under DACA. It's not all, it's not a majority, but it is some of them. I don't have a problem with these people. I consider them Americans. I consider them fully assimilated. When you comment, you talk about, oh, they waved the Mexican, not the U.S. flag. Bullshit. Yeah, complete bullshit. I've met people who have immigrated to this country, both legally and illegally. I never saw any of them clamoring for Azatlan or for some Mexican president to invade our border. Never once. So I don't know where you're seeing that. Maybe in California, but you got to realize California is basically a communist state. So I'm not surprised. But that's going to be the average native-born American in California too. So why would I fucking care? Go to Texas sometime and hang out with people on the border there. I think you'll see something slightly different. But Trump is going with the Democrats on the budget right now. I may disagree with this, but it fits in with what I propose is his long-term strategy, which is he's going to straddle the two parties from time to time. He wants to get a majority of people in the House and Senate to work with him. And he can play off these two sides against one another effectively. Once people are forced to back off the Trump is evil, Trump is scary stuff, which they will be. Some parts of the media will never let it go, but the lamestream media eventually will exhaust itself. They'll hit peak Trump derangement. They won't be able to maintain it, and it'll fall apart. At that point, they have to begin reporting on what's actually happening again, at least in a half-assed way. When that happens, Trump is able to strike grand bargains between the two parties, in which they're both getting a little bit of what they want, and he's getting a little bit of what he wants because he happens to be in executive position. He's capable of doing that. That's, I think, what his concern is. That means there will be tax reform. It won't be everything that the right wing wants. It won't be everything the left wing wants, but it will be reform. Hopefully he can use his business skills to hammer that out effectively. He'll get some sort of general immigration proposal. It will almost certainly include a wall. It doesn't really matter what form that wall takes so long as it begins to be built. He may get action on North Korea. This could involve a military response. You even see Democrats now saying, yeah, maybe we've kicked the can a little bit too far here. Even the UN getting involved, minus China, which wields veto power, is considering the possibility of military involvement if North Korea doesn't back down, which of course leads to war. But it would be the UN causing it. It wouldn't even be Trump. He can escape smelling like a rose, by the way, if he continues to use international pressure. All he has to do is keep up enough pressure on North Korea that they continue firing off missiles and conducting nuclear tests. At some point, it'll snap the minds of most of the people in the UN. And if China vetoes it, it won't matter anyway, because all these other nations will come smashing down on North Korea as well.
The only thing that makes me laugh more with Sticks is when he goes off
on
FDR.
I think we should try a targeted strike. Chances are high that they retaliate, in which case war begins, but there's also the off chance that we manage to level some of their missile sites, an airfield or two, and their nuclear test sites, maybe some of their hydrogen bombs that they're probably producing as we speak, that we can destroy them without a full retaliatory response. We should look into that. But Trump may go middle of the road on taxes as well. That means generally the rate would be lowered. There would probably be some shifting of the tax burden to the corporations. I mean the actual corporations, the ones that right now shelter themselves from tax fallout. And he can browbeat the Democrats on this. The Democrats have a problem. They have a vulnerability that Trump can exploit. Here's a strategy you should use. The Democrats have cast themselves off for a long time as we're for workers, we're for the lower class, we're for the poor man. We're not for these corporations. That's begun to shift. In this current paradigm, in the last election, Hillary Clinton was the corporate candidate. Trump wasn't. He didn't even give them the time of day, really. He just sat there and said, oh, I'm rich. I'm going to fund my own campaign, loan myself money. It doesn't matter. And take, whatever grassroots donations or MAGA hat sales happen to come through. Hillary Clinton, meanwhile, was sucking off Goldman Sachs. So they've made themselves vulnerable in trying to stop Trump by using money. They've made themselves extremely vulnerable. It would look so bad for the Democrats if Trump were to propose a tax plan in which big corporations actually ended up paying their fair share and tax relief was given to the working and middle class and to small businesses, which would be a great thing, by the way, for our economy. If he were to propose this and the Democrats did not get on board with that general idea, it would make them look so spectacularly bad. It would crush him out of existence. They certainly wouldn't win in the midterms if he proposed it before then. They almost certainly would lose 2020 because it would expose them as the big money party. And if they do go for it, then he gets tax reform that shoots the economy into the stratosphere. He looks great in an economic sense and wins anyway. It's a no-lose situation. Scott Adams has pointed out that Trump likes to set these up. Arguing in favor of such a tax model, I think, would fulfill that on an extremely large level. Then, by the way, eventually you get higher revenue because people are doing better. People are clawing their way out of the lower classes. At that point, you can pay for your wall. You don't even need Mexico to pay for it. You can put a simple tariff on. You can just put a small tax on remittances. Pay for the wall over time if you want to. So you can say, Mexico's paying for it because they're getting less money from us. We've held back some aid and tax these remittances or something like that. If Trump does that, he wins in 2020. By the way, he would win. It wouldn't matter really what happened in any other realm. Ultimately, it's the economy, stupid. The economy's doing fairly well right now. Any major implosion of the economy back to recession levels, and there are some indicators that stormy waters are ahead, that could really siphon away support. I have to agree with that one. Because right now, big money is what's
indicators on stormy waters
where it is anyway. It's people who ultimately, they like the fact that consumer confidence is up, growth is up, jobs, including some that are actual middle-class jobs, are coming back. They like him for that. That's why the Rust Belt went for him. Not because of all these social issues. Not even because of immigration itself on its own, except when paired with the economy, because they don't care about the issue, except as it compares with U.S. jobs, essentially. They remember a better time not that long ago when they had manufacturing jobs, when they had the little factory where everyone could work in an intergenerational sense. Those businesses got screwed, and big corporations got bailouts. Under Bush and Obama, the big corporations made off like bandits and screwed everybody else in the country. We should have thrown all these people in jail, or maybe in Gitmo, or sent them off to Anguilla right before Irma hit. That's what we probably should have done as a society. Unfortunately, we did not. Now we have to sit and repair the damage. But it's not surprising that Trump is moving to the center, because that was what he was always going to do. Because he's not the next Adolf Hitler. Which a handful of his fans are actually bothered by, I think. Yeah, some of the National Socialists sort of
wanted a Hitler, yeah.
I see them commenting. Want Trump to be as out there as the left proclaims him to be, but that was always, only the left was proclaiming that. And you gobbled down the bait. Trump just turned it around, threw you a couple of bones with a Pepe meme, and you assumed that he subconsciously agreed with that sort of thing. He doesn't. He's just a populist. He's a populist. There's nothing really that out there about his platform. He's like an Ike or a JFK in that respect, or maybe a Ronald Reagan. As for anyone worrying, oh, war, World War III, atomic war. Hey, Hillary Clinton wanted to attack Iran if elected. She would have gone after the Iranians. She wanted further involvement in Syria, and I mean troops on the ground.
Be good, Sticks, be good.
We dodged a bullet big time with Hydrogen Hillary. So don't fucking tell me about who the Sticks the warmonger wants to intervene in North Korea. Peanuts compared to what could have happened. We would be in half the Middle East right now if Hillary Clinton had won. So I don't regret my vote at all. I also don't regret my analysis of Trump as being essentially sane, a reasonable negotiator, and a lot of people just don't understand him. Part of that is Trump's own fault for not being 100% coherent at all times. Part of it, honestly, it is his speaking skills. They're not lackluster so much as they're a bit jumbled. Okay, understood. That doesn't make him nuts. Certainly doesn't make him a neo-Nazi or something like that, like Salon or Being Liberal want to claim him to be. As far as the debt deal goes, though, I admire the strategy and expected it to happen. Maybe not on the debt deal, but in a more general sense. But I am dismayed by the idea of continued deficit spending. I think it's the wrong direction to go. And this is, by the way, the third administration that's made this argument. They get in, they say, well, this is irresponsible, and then they get in, they're like, oh, I have no problem with debt. You'll remember Obama did that. He campaigned on it being irresponsible. We need to lower spending. We need to up taxes on corporations. We need to do something because we're in trouble. And then he conveniently began to ignore it on day one. You'll remember that. And Trump is doing essentially the same thing. One might also ultimately wonder, is there something that these people know that nobody else does in regards to debt spending? Like, oh, long term it's not going to matter because we're going to win the grand chessboard or something like that. Who knows at this point? It's almost a dead argument, though, because at this point I don't think anyone can really tackle it. I think Trump's hope is that as growth picks up and jobs pour in, that deficit goes away, and then eventually the debt begins to decrease. And so you don't need to cap it per se, because if you do continue to have that debate, then you lose the consumer confidence that's driving the economy ahead. That may be his goal. That may be his thinking. That could work, but in principle, I'm just against the concept that we would have that much debt to begin with, so I have to oppose it, I guess. That's about all. Peace out.
Wow, Sticks did all the talking. Thanks, Sticks. I'm going to pull just a straight window forward. No sign on the chat tonight, so I've been quiet. I'm doing some work here in Blender. If you watch the first part of the stream, you'll see me being really finicky about doing a track, but at the same time, we are pretty much at the end of the clip. So the work on the hard part, I think, is done. That's the last frame, huh? Wow. Let's have a peek at it. So that's as long as it's tracked. Picking up from here. Cool. So wherever I put it, let's say I want the middle of the road there. Can lose these for a second. I have to be careful scrubbing through here because this is what's been causing crashes. And I'm going to take my time now and watch it nice and careful, like. A bit of guesswork there, and I managed to maintain the track decent, yeah. You even got that. So I need really one more track, and if I can't get one solid track to go to the rest of the length of the clip, I'm going to have to use many small tracks, many shorter ones. There'll be things like features on the side of the buildings here, wherever I can pick them up for the longest and will follow them for the longest. Like this might actually be visible for quite some time. And has been, I mean. But it's only late in the clip that it starts to be really visible, and then he breezes by it. I've found listening to Sticks at Hexenhammer only in the last several months has been pretty interesting. I share some points of view with him. I disagree on others, but I find it funny that he's a strong voice for libertarianism, or if not libertarianism, for minarchism as a nuanced variation. Definitely had the right idea once the building's face got close, since I pinned to the corner. And then look at that. That's the part I just added. That's how far I've added. Aha. That part needs fixing. I knew there was a part I'd skipped. So we're going to use this GG thing again here now, but rather than track, I'm going to use something that I can reliably mark, like the corner pixel here. Seems like a decent one for the purpose. So here, since I know it's not on that corner pixel again, I'm going to grab and move it there. See where that wants to put it. And it doesn't look like it's really on the corner. So I'm going to put it right there. Go back one. Where's the next one? Did I try measuring from over here somewhere? I'll go back one first. All right. This one needs to be in line with this. And like way the heck over here. This one needs to come back, I think. I'll lock it onto the x-axis. I'm going to take the chance that the up and down is correct. Or left and right, I think, is what I'm trying to lock down. Yeah, up and down is close enough. Grab on the X. Yeah, I realize now there is a visual cue that I've got, and that is this line is where this point is, right? It's at the corner at the top. So GX. And then rotation is also a factor, but so I can imagine if the line's rotating, it still needs to come to here. Next one, GX. This one, GX. Same thing, look. Next one, GX. Next one. Much better. Got rid of all the bad motion, which was a problem which I myself had introduced by guesstimating using the GG tool. I'm doing this again in a separate Blender instance, not instance, but file, so that I can keep all keyframes locked to a specific clip and in a specific position on the clip and on the timeline, so I can render this once and have it rendered. By goodness, that looks pretty darn good at the end. So now I have to go back to here and look for another point, maybe within a frame or two of this time. Oh man, it's gonna be the car. Gonna have to be the car. I'll lock this one down. I don't need to see it highlighted anymore either. And I'll unselect it. Now I need my key sides back, or my tool pad. What I was using earlier is blurry footage in the blue channel. Looking for loc only. I'm going to be keyframe this time. Extra settings. Frames limit 1. 0.73 pattern match correlation. That's the ideal. Rarely gets ideal. Something like this might work, but this person's head's going to be moving in and around it, so same as these people are going to be moving right in front of us, as is these people. This one, this one, this one, and this one are all going to block shot. So where else might I look at adding a long-term track point? The only other place is beyond. What's this stuff down here? Not visible a frame beforehand, so I'm going to have to use it. Only need loc. That's the best part of this. I only need loc. Ha. Search nowhere near big enough. Same issue I had the last time though. Or I mean, not issue. Same problem with footage. Because it's the same footage. I don't need to search up and down. I need to search left and right more often. So, ooh. That caught it. Aha. I say, that looks like a good point, doesn't it? Things to talk about while working. I was talking earlier with... Oh, hello, Janet. I learned from him, too. I like sticks. Things to talk about. We were talking about superstition earlier. And I was trying to remind myself to talk about how in England it struck me funny that they didn't celebrate Halloween. Not in the same way that we did in North America. Like it was very common when we moved to England. I was already cultured into going around house to house, knocking on doors looking for candy. And everybody would have a pumpkin carved into a jack-o'-lantern. And that was common when I left. Went over to Britain, and nobody had a jack-o'-lantern, and nobody went from door to door for candy. And they considered it pagan superstition. That was weird. So the first year we lived in England, my mother went to the supermarket and bought a turnip because she couldn't get a pumpkin. And that's what our jack-o'-lantern was the first year we lived in England. I think the year after we didn't even bother with the turnip. True story. But they were very, very superstitious about that kind of thing. And then a week later, exactly like within 1 week, is Guy Fawkes Night, which is a very big public holiday. They have big bonfires and fireworks displays on November 5th. They do not call that a pagan display. But they still burn effigies of Guy Fawkes. Looks like a dog head or something. I don't know what the heck that is. Make it bigger. Make this a little smaller. Styx is an interesting study, that is for sure. I've been only listening to him for the last several months, and it was because I was listening to Hard Bastard's channel first. And Hard Bastard was consistently citing him as a source. I was like, wow, I gotta listen to him for at least to find out. I was mildly surprised to find out how much of a pagan he is. I find frequently when I'm on one of Styx's videos, or like when I'm visiting there or listening to it, it's frustrating to want to comment to him, and he keeps talking about it. How he doesn't see nearly all of his comments anymore. There's just too many of them. Wow, the head is blocking the shot. I'm going to turn these down a bit. You can see how the camera motion is very similar between one track and the other one. Practically the same curve because they're practically the same point. But between the two of them, same crowd. I mean, in England, they considered stuff like jack-o'-lanterns superstitious, and yet, the year that I went to we went to a place called Lee Abbey for New Year's Eve. It was over that whole week. It was really like a Christmas holiday. But we were at Lee Abbey on New Year's Eve, and I remember quite vividly that they had mistletoe hanging everywhere. Like, talk superstitious all you want. Double standards. The luckiest patch of blur in the world right here. The really bright point in between it, in the middle of it, makes it good. These two, I think we shall change. And we will do it this way. Save. Grab and move it down here. Scale it up a bit. Get rid of anything else coming. Save. That should have been higher that time. If I try GG in this, I'm going to lock it to the Y. Save. Right, I think I see what I've made a mistake on here. The point changes. And that's where the point really is. It's right here, not in between them. So you can see in this situation it's kind of nice sometimes to turn off the video long enough to get the pin located properly. So it actually held its position better at that time than it did with the one right above it. That's pretty cool. Got me past those frames I wanted passing. Yeah. Maybe I'll put it back up on the high line. Huh. Wow, I got through quite a few that time. Something coming into the pattern and messing it up. Closer I get, the better this will be. Is it just me or this need to go up? It's about there. Hey, your skill saw maybe it there. Something's on the go. It's 12 midnight here. Nothing says midnight like power tools. I don't even play my banjo after. Well, I do it after dark, but only under protest. Scaling it up again, but I don't want to scale up my search area. Good time for a save and have a peek back at how this goes. Trying to scrub through these too quickly, otherwise, bang, it'll not work. This does look bang on. I was laughing earlier before I started streaming. Hill Jack sent a link to a Barney Miller clip. I'm like, haha, Barney Miller. Yeah. Talk about TV for its time, Barney Miller. First few seasons were kind of weird too, man. That tracked right, didn't it? No, it did not. I think I was the one who did that. Yeah, I was. Here's another way. So no, friend, no. I want it there. Probably want it to scale up a bit too. Yes, that worked okay. Okay. Missed out on a Barney Miller. Well, you know, it's still available. It can be found. Studying in Switzerland, what part? I went to Switzerland once while I on a European trip. We were there during like Orthodox Easter, and we were in Luzerne. Again, tour guide comes running up, or we talking to the tour guide, and he's like, "Yeah, don't get lost from the group or anything. We're in, like, this is the drug capital of the world at this time of year." Like, come on. In Switzerland, no. It's just how they put it too. Zurich? Cool. I saw Luzerne. And we drove through the country anyhow. And it was quite striking. More green than I expected. I think I prefer living in Switzerland to Germany. But not by much. Or at least that's just by the way it looks. Be quite honest, I prefer to live right where I am than anywhere else. That's a very good story. Taking jaywalking personally, eh? Christ. Does not surprise me that much, though. You admitted to being American? Oh, wow. Again, doesn't much surprise me. Don't piss off the Americans again. Wow, GG, gotta go all the way over here somewhere. It's okay, it's okay. GG, right there. No, 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 Control Z. Select it. It needs to move to here. Now we go forward a frame. Coming back into frame. As we can see, it's all the way over here now. You're only one watching? Yeah, I imagine so. That doesn't much shock me. Because this is pretty boring stuff to watch over and over again. But like I say, any luck at all, this will be the last period of time I had to work on any heavy duty amount of like motion tracking. Let's see if I luck out and can put this somewhere in the road in the next few seconds. Huh. Answer is no. And this is the moments I need too. These frames are important to me. I do believe that's a car turning. Huh. This one is a bit of a brain teaser. I'll put this back down here for now. I would bet it's not going that far. So I need it to go up. Grab Y. Oh yeah, I'm only tracking and definitely can colorize the car, yes. What I'm doing is I'm tracking a specific set of colors, just the blue channel. So I'm looking at the whole video clip as just the blue channel so I can know what to look for or track to. But it's already colored. It's already got color. You can kind of tell what color it is. But only in a few frames. It's definitely a darker vehicle that's back there. And it's like it only updates once every 5 or 10 frames anyway. Because it is so far away. But you can see that it's gradually moving away. Getting less and less detailed. We're backing it up here in the reverse. But there's so little of a window in the back of that car. That almost looks like you can pick out the lights a little. Oh yeah, we could. Or I could make everything else around it dark and just leave it regular colored. Like put a little tracker, like a, call a mask or something, like a circle around it and keeps it. Could recolor it, yeah. I don't know if it makes any visual impact to like recolor the car, which I tend to establish as another car. That's the curb beyond. Going in the forward direction again now. Save. There we were going. This is what we're looking for. There were 2 dark sedans in the line though. That could entirely not be it. But if so, then it took off at high rate of speed. Make it color or orange or red. Either way, yes. If I put an outline around it, or if I made a mask which colored its shape. In this case, it's such a blurry image anyway. To recolor anything, I might as well just recolor the whole image, or select just that little part, and do like a what they call a colorize or a hue saturation pass or something. Color balance is one. It'll allow you to like switch. That's actually how I've got myself recolored here in the camera. It's just a colorization deal. So yeah, it's out of focus right now. Not quite enough light. There we go. So the actual color of the camera is this. Then I recolor it this to get the blue screen. Take the blue screen out, recolor this back. This has to change during the day, otherwise it doesn't look right. And then add the scan lines. So this is essentially what we would do to recolor the car there. Mask it out. Just recolor it brute force, and then we'd have to track the mask to each frame as it moves up. There's so few data updates of this frame to be done, I don't think it's even worth doing. Because each little, this doesn't update on like every frame. It updates every 5 frames, every 6 frames. So little changes. As it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, that's the only change. But when its angle changes at the end, when you see it turn, that's visible. Like right there. You can pick it up really clearly because it's getting ready to get there, right? yeah, I wanted to try to get this track finished. It's just the track I've been working on that's just giving us that stable a result. I'm going to change this one slightly. I need these points now to keep this image data more or less. Grab Y. So because I know I got trouble coming up here, I'm going to try to do this track one more time. I mean, say like that last bunch that I tried to get. I am doing pretty good here. Huh. I need something at least in this far to track for the next several minutes or next several frames. None of this is going to stay on frame. This might be good. Again, let's go to the blue channel. Higher contrast here. See, these are nicer. But the correction on these is going to be really bad. Video observer drive is to cold, what's it? Cold or gold, metallic, or gray? Wonder why this stopped working. One video observer described the gold, metallic, and gray. Some videos is dark silver, and they're all definitely charcoal gray. Yeah. It looks gray when Ford is standing right next to it. It looks like a charcoal or graphite gray or something. Definitely metallic. I wonder. totally trying to pick up a different point, but it shouldn't even matter. I think this will be a safe, close match. If I go GG right now, though, and lock it to the X. Use my middle mouse button to do that quickly that time. Now it's well into the frame. Again, lock it to X. That's how much it moved up. GG. We'll zoom in on it. That looks like a face. I wonder if I locked down to a face or something. The spot I was tracking earlier was back here. Let me think about this one. If I don't put it there, I could also go for somewhere like up here. But this is really, really close to this. So the motion data, I'm practically like duplicating. Let's not track anything else for a second. Yeah. Anything over here would be better. Anything at all. The light pole, the buildings, anything over here would be better. So when the camera pans back, I'll have an option to move the pinpoint somewhere over here, and I'll fake it long enough to get it there. I say fake it, I mean I'll fake having it on a stable point until then. Let's go GG. Put it on that pattern. I can scale that up even a little. Going to save and watch what happens as the point goes across the road to see if I can put it somewhere good. Oh, it isn't going across the road nearly as fast as I thought it might. I think that's where I want it. Right about there. That's where I had it before. It was on this part of the block. Be really picky. Haha. That counted. It looked good. Having another good look here. See if I can't find something suitable and also at the same depth and not going to move around too much, so it doesn't matter if the point shifts as long as the stability of the image is more or less maintained. And I'd rather have it over here than over here. Like even somewhere like over here. No, that's his head. Okay. Dang. Yeah, but if I GG and try right here. It's this side, and that's the side I'm tracking. There we go. Kick those off. A lot of motion there. But it's drifting all over the place here. Pin is just moving every which way but loose. Not the way I want it to be. I'm actually thinking about that too, like car matching description is what we were looking at, what we're actually looking at here. The color of the car in Ford's video is one matching description. We can't say for sure that it's the right car. And at the same moment in time, do you really think that's not the right car? Do you really believe that is not the right car? If it is the same car, explain why he's right there next to Ford. They're leaving the same rally. That's true. They're tracking the same people. That's true. Sorta. Very carefully picking a point here that I can guesstimate. That looks like a much better deal, that one. Wonder, is the chat still working here? Says nobody else, huh? Just moi, c'est moi. GG. Actually, I'll tell another story here. Spent some time online in the last few years, as anyone might have done. One thing that I've noticed is that everybody does something a little bit differently than everybody else. For example, I went on a live stream not too long ago. Some dude was playing some game or another. I sat on the live stream, I was one of two people chatting. And it was as if he didn't want anybody there. It was like he didn't want anybody in the chat, but he had the chat open. What the hell, dude? I don't have a very good feeling about this one. And that is to be quite frank. I'm thinking that the motion that it's got in it is very erratic. Places like that going to make a difference in how it does its thing. So now I've got to pretty much tweak it by hand, but only ever with small adjustments. And up front, like, I got to get close to really know that I'm putting it in the right spot. Ooh, this is going easy. This is going good. I got nothing to complain about here. This is going peachy keen. And I blew the best part of a day apart doing it too, which is good. And once this day's labor is done, it will not have to be done again. The November holiday in Great Britain was quite important. I remember we had bonfire night here in Newfoundland too. We celebrate bonfire night, 5th of November. Call it bonfire night, not Guy Fawkes night. And it would involve weeks of preparing. Going around rounding up alders and other kinds of bushes. Old tires. And preparing where and what the fire was going to be. It's fun times though. November month would come around. Well, it would certainly be 2 months of cutting. All September, all cutting back alder bushes in places you didn't want them. All September, all October. The other thing I remember about Great Britain, we were talking about trees earlier with Hilljack. And horse chestnuts are quite important to the British culture. Especially when you're younger. Ooh. So yeah, this should be right about here. As this one. Lucky us, we don't need to do rotations here. We just need to get the location to be pretty much bang on from frame to frame. And to prevent the picture from moving around too terribly much. Getting to the end of the track, are we? Oh, not quite. As long as the keyframes are close, I don't much care. And they were not as close as this. Well, I mean, say, as long as they're close so I can fix them fast. I don't care. If they're not perfect right away, it's not an issue. Because doing the work after to clean it up is relatively simple, as long as you got a decent estimation to work from. Familiarity definitely makes it easier. If it doesn't breed too much contempt. Like the computer crashing every friggin' 5 or 6 tasks, that's not necessarily what a person would call encouraging. Very nearly there. I think once this fix job is done, I'm going to do a quick peek, see whether or not this is going to work well as a solution. Now I've got all this work put into it, damn well better. But we're still at around only the 50% mark of data required. So if in the first 50% of this shorter sequence, this doesn't look good, half-life. And you like them scientific apples, huh? A little bit of bouncing up and down involved there. So there does need to be some fixes applied. However, select both of those tracks. Turn on 2D Stab. Put on those. And building corner is a rotation track. So I'll add it to a rotation solution. And now in the latter part of the clip, when the rotator starts, which is right there, if we turn on display, and I turn that up again, I turn the color on, and then I move this over. No. No, I leave it right where it's 2. I have to think about where I want the picture to be. Ideally, I'd be seeing this the whole time. But that's not how this works. I'm going to take these off since I don't need them right now. Max scale 1.8 is where I had it. That's the expected rotation I really want. It should work to keep it there. No. That one too. Huh. I see how that works now. It knows which way is up and down that way. I might as well set it to 0 and let it rotate a little. And if this gets us as far as it's going to be useful, then to hell with it. Why did it do this weird ass flip? Oh, it's the position of the track. Okay. Gonna be on break for a few minutes. Not very long. I got a Jones for a bit of tobacco. So. And stick a bit of music in the background. This might well get me into trouble. Oh, these will all get me in trouble. Every one of them. I'm doing a playlist up, a quick 3-song playlist. The third one is a guy here on YouTube. His name is, let me try to remember, Hamada Takashi. So Takashi Hamada is his name. Anglicized. And he's pretty cool. And that's the reason why I'm using it, because there's a YouTube clip.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the multinational corporations and to the profit for which they stand, one interlocking directorate under no government, indivisible, with monopoly and cheap labor for all.
It's no good without the jazz hands, that's what I figure. This is something from Bearing. If you've never heard this before, this is a Bearing track. I bought this album. I bloody well bought this album. I bought this album. Can you imagine? I bought the thing.
Good to see ya, how you been? Your show started by now. I think I'll settle in. No hesitation since you're stuck in high, and now my interest is thin. Continue on, let me hear the part. Conviction strong, win or race you start. Step closer to me, make sure I can see you're the authority on any task. I'm listening.
This is probably not the right idea I've got here.
Tell me about your troubles and all the things that irritate you. I'm looking forward, I can't wait to hear all about your chips and how your shoulders are breaking. 'Cause my life lacks the joy and thrill of your grievances. Well, listening is a skill, words are hazardous, loud mouth and iron-willed. A dim simplicity dictates that I'm still listening.
Such a cool idea for a song. When I heard this is why I bought the album. This one song, really. I'm gonna cue another one too. There is another track on this that's worth listening to. At least one more.
Well, I've been here too long. The conversation peaked where you almost choked on your drink. Well, I've been here too long, listening to you dribble on. I'm listening, so please go on.
Fuck's sake. Hit for no other, for fuck's sake. Colonial, mad colonial bastards, what he is.
Well, I've been here too long, catching bullshit that you've thrown. I'm listening, so please go on.
And then the song ends. Beautiful.
Back in June 1940, so history books say, a young suburban fellow named Ronald Wade raised up his hand and enlisted his name to fight the good fight of the day. The battalion moved north, training next on the course. Wangaratta proud to call them their own. And they moved on together to Camp Bonagilla while the Strathmore was waiting at bay.
This makes me think very much of something like from here.
The battalion embarked and sailed off on their way, bound for Tobruk, Guinea and El Alamein. And the souls of these brave men were never the same as they carried the wounded and slain. And as shells pounded down with death felt all around, young Ronald's demeanour retained. And with drinks all around, those boys painted the town just to celebrate Wake in that day.
I'm having a really, really long and hard look at what the skyline is going to do.
They kept fighting, and their spirits march on to this day. With the enemy scared, every rat was prepared to lay his life down for a mate.
Sounds like he's using a ukulele for this track.
The men charged on forward as battlefields raged. Rommel was stunned as they dug in again. They fought side by side, but their fate was unchanged. Their chances were slipping away. And the enemy's tanks blew but one man to hell. Our mate Rover never would tell the story of how he survived on that day as he watched 8 comrades as they fell. And the feeling of being marched into that camp was like being dragged down to hell. With a last swing of faith, Ronald's chains were replaced with a grueling crawl to friendly faces. With a keener forehand and fine rhythm, this man made his way back to his homeland. Though the telegram said our mate Rover was dead, he stood that tough little bastard, crossed the sea through the wall. Old mate is back on our shores, things they seen, fights they fought. Rover outroved the war. Spirits march on to this day. Now the good fight was won, all the
Yeah. Thanks, Bearing. Well worth an album just for two tracks, if nothing else. Don't know if I've got anything here specific. Like I could probably tempted to not get hit with a huge copyright strike for like rebroadcasting something. But I do have some converted albums here. Let me see if I've got a good one here. A couple of tracks from home. Here's Sonny's Dream. See what these sound like. First one is probably the most famous. It's called Sonny's Dream.
Sonny lives on a farm, on a wide open space, where you could take off your sneakers and give up the race.
Yeah.
You could lay down your head by a sweet riverbed, but Sonny always remembers what it was his mama said. And she said, oh Sonny, don't go away, I am here all alone. And your daddy's a sailor who never comes home. And the nights get so long, and the silence goes on. And I'm feeling so tired, I'm
Not all that strong.
Sonny carries a load, he is barely a man. There ain't all that to do, still he does what he can. And he watches the sea from a room by the stairs.
Well, speaking of voice tracks.
Keep on rolling, they've done that for years. Oh, Sonny, don't go away, I am here all alone. And your daddy's a sailor who never comes home. And the nights get so long, and the silence goes on. And I'm feeling so tired, I'm not all that strong. And it's 100 miles to town, Sonny's never been there. And he goes to the highway and stands there and stares. And the mail comes at 4, and the mailman is old, and he still dreams his dreams full of silver and gold. Oh, Sonny, don't go away, I am here all alone. And your daddy's a sailor who never comes home. And the nights get so long, and the silence goes on. And I'm feeling so tired,
Look at that. It's like 99% there.
I am here all alone. And your daddy's a sailor who never comes home. And the nights get so long, and the silence goes on. And I'm feeling so tired, I'm not all that strong. Oh, Sonny, don't go away, I am here all alone. And your daddy's a
Yeah, there's not much Newfoundland music is like this one, or like that track. It's decidedly in between the country, the rock, and everything else. And this is traditional from the West Coast. Buzz, what are you doing there? Name of this band, by the way, is the Wonderful Grand Band. They're not together anymore, but they were wonderful and they were grand. Ha ha. Wow. Get it out. Oh wow, that was doing so good. Oh no. So if I don't do anything bad that way. I hit Control D by mistake. So what I should probably do here is just move it by 1 and see what it is that's causing this to lose track here. I'm tempted to get an instrument out. This looks like it's going to do for the rest of the track, I think. Let's see what I should do different. It's this. What we would call a two-step. Makes me grin just listening to it. I was doing so goddamn good. Is that not right? Yep. A guitarist by the name of Sandy Morris, who's a local guy, really damn good. I think, anyhow.
Back home on the island,
oh, that's a dirty lie for me. This is Stan.
When it used to be a place
not Stan, sorry.
Where the fishermen gathered in their oilskins.
Ron Hines is his name. He's the guy who's singing.
Well, the tired
he's a pretty good guitarist too.
Wood stove and that old sou'wester, how she really drove into every harbor and every cove, like the devil outside your door. Back home on the island, people are watching the sun go down on what used to be a mighty good fishing ground. It'll never be the same again, 'cause all the trawlers came and they picked it clean, and what was left of the pickings was a little too lean. And now Lukey's old boat is just a pale shade of green, and she's laying up on the sand. And if you think that's a joke, well, let me tell you, brother, that I don't see nothing to laugh about. So you better get out while you think you still can. I hear they got a few jobs left on the mainland. Back home on the island, people are waking to another day. They're thinking that there's gotta be a better way than just drawing that welfare pay. And all the kids are in school so they don't get fooled, and they won't be dependent on those fishing tools. But they'll do them just as good as any golden rules after everything's said and done. So you go downtown,
Oh, done.
Stare, and you chug a log-a-mog-a that Canadian beer, and you laugh out loud like you were some kind of lucky man. And you keep on moving in droves to the mainland. But back home on the island, people are remembering the better days, when it used to be a place where the fishermen gathered. Now it's only memories. And we can all drink a toast to the boys on the hill, 'cause they didn't give a damn, and they never will. But we lived here then, and we're living here still, and we're watching that ocean roll.
Heave it out of you, Ron. Bye. Ron's dead and gone. Not that long ago either.
Don't wake me up too early. I don't like to start a day this way. Don't wake me up too early. It's not a time I might have much to say. Any morning, heaven knows, you find me sleeping in my clothes while the day goes. Up so late, so elated. What a night for us to get run down. All the wine confiscated. We hesitated through the whole night long. Whole levee up in flame. We laughed it off in the pouring rain, so insane. Don't wake me up too early. I don't like to start a day this way.
Question. No rotation. Will it do better?
La 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 la. Don't call to say you're sorry. What's it mean to us to make amends? No need for you to worry. Don't you know I'll always be your friend? And what's it matter if we make it? Just give me till after 2 and I can shake it. Don't wake me up too early. No, no, I don't like to start a day this way.
That's going to be the right idea. And I think bringing this frame over to about 370. So then the only thing is the part where it drops off. I think that's the last one I got on there. Yep. So we were listening there to the Wonderful Grand Band, which was a going concern in the late 70s, 1980s, and onward. But they didn't have more than a couple of albums, that being said, either. And they were really good. They are really good. I wonder what I have here, what else I can listen to while I'm... Flight of the Cosmic Hippo is all lovely and dandy. That's not what I'm thinking. This one is also kind of neat. I'm picking it. It's the track or two from a Bella Fleck album. I think this is the one I want. This is the better one. Oops, sorry. This one. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. This is a series of variations on God Save the King. Beethoven wrote it. Yeah, I'm saying to hell with it tonight since I'm not planning to make any money. Might as well. You like the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band? Yeah, I do too. Although I don't listen to them that much. The Wonderful Grand Band was quite good. They were wonderful. They were grand. Oh, stretch. It ain't the 9th inning, but I got the track done. Oh no. Negative 199. Keyframe. Yeah, no worries. Take care, and I hope that everything's cool for your family, especially the time of year that's coming upon us, because it's going to be more than one storm, hey? This is Bella Fleck on a banjo. Ooh, I love Bella. Ciao. Bum 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 bum. Yes, Bad Haas, you got it exactly right. He had to have reversed back through the intersection. You got it right. Exactly. And then he accelerated, and the sound that Son of Neo first thought that was the accident itself on Ford Fisher's live stream is actually the Challenger going through that intersection again, which explains everything and puts everything right into the right time frame. Yeah, exactly. Bad Haas, you got it. So do you want to see the Camry going through that same intersection right before the Challenger does? Because if you haven't noticed that yet, it's there too. The Camry goes into the bottom part of 4th and Main. Right, exactly. For the main video close shot from behind, when Gilmore's video starts, that's the second time he's gone through that intersection. Yes, at least. Second time that we've seen. Like the second time he's head through in that direction. Third time. God damn it, it's just going to keep adding up if we count every time he crosses that intersection. There's 4 times he does. Anyhow, if you haven't seen the Camry doing it yet, that's there too. Let me load a file for a second. Open recent. This is my grassy knoll processing. It's not just the grassy knoll one. But if I kick that off, and I need to go to this one. So there's the Camry. Same part of the video, same moment in time. Almost exact same moment in time. I'm going to recolor it this way. And I can increase her. That Jeff could not have seen the parked cars behind the crowd. Huh. Oh yeah, Fields. James Fields couldn't have seen the parked cars behind the crowd. Buddy, I'm going to tell you, just watch. Just watch. This is the intersection. This is the guy that's walking in front. The Challenger appears here. It's already in the frame here, right? But if I go back in time, like 40 seconds? No, 20 seconds. Just as he clears the frame. Could he see the parked cars behind the crowd? Oh yes, because here's one of them, right here, going in right now. And it's going in slower than the Challenger is. It drives in slower because there's people walking north on the road here. See it? So watch. See it slowly clearing the intersection? That's the Camry. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and a few frames we get to see the Challenger. Okay, 16. Sorry. There it is. So in 16 seconds, would the Camry have been totally enveloped in the crowd? I don't know. But he's pulling in on the road somewhere up behind it, and he's going slow too. He's not doing the same speed he was doing earlier. Or later, I mean. And I think he's going faster, though, than the Camry was. So, I think that's the Camry here. I think the Camry's pretty much clearing the intersection right about now. Or going into it. And as it gets into this side, is now. That's the front of the car. There's a rag top on it. And then here's the rear of the car. So there isn't much time between. I don't know whether or not Fields would have had to been on the top part of fourth at Market before the Camry would have got to the bottom of the road. So I'll probably do another insert on this one and slow it down even. I don't know if I'll slow it down or not. Or if it's sufficient enough to know that you can see it there. It's true he could have been distracted. I don't doubt that nothing is. It could be that it's all coincidence. True. I'm not even sure that Fields is driving the car. Part of me thinks he's not driving the car. Part of me thinks that he could have been black bagged and thrown in to made to look like the guy was driving the car. It might even be registered to him. Might be his car, but he might not have been the one driving it. I might be wrong, but I wasn't there to actually verify any of that, right? That's what strikes me funny about it. He could have been distracted, true, and he was on that street for the length of time between there and here. So I got called the Egyptian Mo stab. So what is it? It's exactly 2 minutes, really. The attack is happening there. Like the main attack run, I got it marked. So it's kind of makes me stop and wonder. Like, to what degree is he acting alone, and to what degree is acting on imperfect information? But I also think that if he reversed back up through the intersection, as we suspect, I asked somebody on the stream a couple nights ago, what's the possibility that he had a pair of field glasses in the car? Or if he was to signal to the crowd below with a flip of the lights or whatever. That's why I think it might not be Fields driving. And you can't tell me Faith Goldie wasn't watching for something. Anymore, you can tell me that Ford wasn't. I've got to skip through this section of video. Wait for this one to come on. I'm trying to get some keyframing done here so that I can... Oh, I don't have to. Right. My bad. Let's go to video editing here for a second. I'm going to add a clip. So this is the clip in question. I'm going to tell it to stabilize the clip, so now it follows the clip data properly. Get an idea of what it looks like at the end now in full color. And I need 2 sections of this clip. Here ends the first section. And the second section starts here. But of course I'm going to move it over. I think at full speed it won't look nearly as jerky as that. That doesn't look right at all. Oops. Movie clip editor. Open the right one. Go to the front. Reload. Go to video sequence editor. Oops, not UV. Video sequence. 2 iconic photos taken from behind the scene. Clears the Challenger brake lights before it impacts the crowd with damage to the driver's side bumper. Yeah. I've seen some of them, and this is the thing that gets me, is that I know from the mathematics of it, like as he clears the corner, as he clears the intersection at the top on Gilmore's video, he does seem to be moving faster than 50 miles an hour, or 50 kilometers an hour, sorry. But that the average speed from the time that we think it starts is slightly below 50. So he had to have slowed down some before the impact, because the average speed is quite a bit lower than the momentary speed he's measured at right at the beginning. So I think in Gilmore's picture you can clearly see him taking swings and stuff at the car too. But if he accelerates through the intersection to make that last run, I also said to Son of Neo, I think he's determined, like his mind is already made up, he's going to attack. Like he's already determined before he gets to the crowd that starts swinging back at him, that I'm going forward. No, I'm not stopping. Otherwise, why did he do it at 50? Or 35 or miles an hour or something? Why did he do it that fast? Which frames are these? 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. See if I can't pack their way. Okay, I'm going to reload that one more time. Yeah, exactly. There were a lot of people walking up that street. So they had to push them, if not push them, I mean, they couldn't push the car up the hill, but they had to have at least interposed themselves to, if he wasn't in the mood to attack, it didn't happen until after he was cleared that intersection again. But on the way back down, he'd made his mind up. So anything could have happened in the meantime. And there's, like a minute or two where there's a bit of a gray area. At least a minute. And that's a long time, is a minute. Yeah. They were attacking a lot of stuff. And with what proof or what justification, goodness only knows. Very little, if any. If any at all. Yeah, for no apparent reason other than the way that the car looked or the people that were in it. Yep. And that's all it takes. They're not exactly going around asking for papers, please, first, but it's too bad they weren't. It would making sarcastic points back to them easier. If only they understood. Show me what fascism looks like. This looks like it finally took. I think I'm ready to render. Get me to the cut, get me to the cut, get me to the cut. If I go to marker here and jump to next marker, okay, I jumped to previous marker. And now hover over here and just go E. It'll mark the front and end of the clip that I want. And in this window, I'll set out the all of the things that I need done for the clip itself. So FFL Mostab 001. Don't need audio. Do need video. So save shell animation button. This starts the render. Oh yeah, the airbag not deploying. That was a bit weird, wasn't it? So you can get a switch, you can get a cutoff switch to install in the car to stop that from happening. Some people like doing that. But I don't know if this is what happened in this case. That shows a certain amount of forethought, though. It certainly does. If I go back one and copy and paste, and I go here, now go to next marker. Now go up here and hit S. Now let's start to end. Yeah, but independently, quite exactly. I guess if you have the right interface for your car, you could do that through the computer. It's probably even a switch in the computer to do that. Disable the airbag remotely, like remotely without actually physically stopping the circuit or pulling a fuse or something. Right. So there's supposed to be a fuel cutoff switch to kill the engine immediately? Because he certainly managed to get her going again within 3 seconds. Throw her in reverse and get out of there. That's what you're talking about? Like she's supposed to actually stop running the minute the accident happens, or the second the accident happens? I need to display stabilization to have an idea what I'm doing here. I got to think about where I want this to be for the next part of the video. It's probably going to be about halfway across the road here. If I just play ahead now, we'll get an idea. That looks pretty darn stable. Give it a smack. And I have to reload this frame. This is the long Mostab number 2 and the longer of the two. Save, give it a render. So, what do I have to do now? This is the main thing done. Gosh, this is looking good. Still get quite a kick out of thinking about Faith Goldie saying, "Where are the cops?" And probably closer than you expect. quite obvious to me too that the less amount of lens distortion for a camera like the one he's using with his camera phone here is immediately in front of the camera, as in where the woman with the helmet is walking. That's where it happens. That's where it's the best place to be. Okay, I think that does it for these two clips. I'm going to double check it and play it. Play it in my, oops, select all, delete all, clear the playlist. Under video, nope, Fufferpish, Renda. So if I pull up the video window here now, this is what I just rendered. I'm going to go back to the first clip again. Here we go. I have to double check that I've got that actually at 30 frames a second, but I do believe it is. Right at the back part of that video up there. One more time. Oh, no, no, no. I want you to go to the other one. Gosh, at full speed, that does look a little easier to read, doesn't it? I guess that's not the Challenger there, but the dark SUV or the late SUV behind it. Or is that coming from the curb? It's right there, right? So no, it's in traffic. That got to be the Challenger. Pretty sure you can see it turn there at the end too. There must be another hill over here, like another rise where it goes down after the end of this road. Is this a ridge line up here? That's the biggest part of the work done for this. wanted to do a second bit of work on the other hand. So what I'll do now is I'll leave this open. I think I'll probably stop and have a smoke or something. Because what I have here is another smaller, it's like a small clip. I'm trying to spit it out. Got another small clip to do, so I might as well do it. Remove selected. On break. I guarantee I'm getting hit with a content strike tonight. I'm possibly going to regret this. Thanks a lot, Art. You've been great. So yeah, I got to turn off the video window. And what I need is to go to the next clip. So, another clip to be loaded. Turns out that there's a short Mo stab here on water as well, and it's only 1/8 of the size of the other one. So let's have a peek at what I'm looking at here. My plan is to motion stabilize on the van for the length of this clip. And it's only 1/8 of the size, so yeah, it's only a couple hundred frames. Not even. Trying to do this without causing a crash. This is the genius part of my my existence here. And it's only that long. It's where it ends. So 150 frames of motion stabilization after what I've just gone through? Nothing. This is a joke. This is just plain easy. Let me see whether or not... Ooh, wow, I like blue better. Blue gives me a way better look here. I'm not going to bother to rotation stabilize either. I'll probably try to do that by hand. I was thinking earlier, I'd probably make a note about this one, but I'll write it down so I don't forget it either. GQRX would be a good background audio track. But I have to find another USB plug to do that with. Because I'm already USB'd to heck and gone. Like all of my USB ports are doing something. So I'm pretty sure this is going to stay in the picture the whole time. Now the question is, where do I track to, or what part of this do I track to? I don't want it to get caught up on the sign. The sign is going to be widely separated as the track goes on. I could track to the sign and let that be the other thing to stabilize with. It'll also get rotation automatically pretty much that way. And I could track rotation on the sign pretty easily. Let me look at the 10 frames at a time. So this is the last frame. I'm going to put a mark down for that. And clip 3. So I can remember it, find it easily. Sign and stuff are not going to be in that one, obviously. Neither is this window. Yeah, I might want to track to a point on the vehicle. Think that will be what I do. I am thinking the license plate, which is going to be visible, I think, most of the time, even when it's not visible. I'll be able to figure out where it is. So there, maybe here, definitely there. These two at least. Maybe another one here. So I've got 2 on that plane and then 1 on this plane, which will be coming towards us faster than these. And it's only 100 frames, so it's not that long a track. Thinking maybe you're in the corner. And what I'll do is scale it up so it's roughly the size of the window. And as I get closer to it, I hold shift and right click in the middle. The little white dot in the center disappears. And now if I hit G 3 times, I can move the pattern to the window itself. Tracking settings. I'm going to make this into a rotational one, because I think it'll work fine. If I rotate it now, I can get the window up and down. Judging by the motion of the camera earlier. I'm not going to want... Okay, I want this... see how I got the white point to come back there by selecting in here? If I right click with a shift again on this pattern, the pattern stops being selected. The middle point remains the same. That's the rotation and the pinpoint. And then I can change this separately. Scale on the Y like this, so it only looks on these sides. I'm going to save it here, select everything again, start tracking. It looks like it's going pretty good, yeah? Oh, it's going off frame, right? So it doesn't want to track past the frame. I'm going to lose that last one that I made. Let's figure where to put the point. Maybe right about there would be good. GG to get this back this way. I want it right on the dead center, as close to it as possible. What I've done here in the meantime, I've turned off this path tracker, which is really, really useful. So in order to get this, to fix any issues which were introduced by what I just did to get it to go over the corner of the frame, or off frame, I'm going to fix now before we get any further and have it done. I think the rotations look to be pretty good all the way through. I'll double check those on the way forward again. So GQRX is a program for listening to a radio station via like a USB dongle or whatever, and that I have, and I really like my USB dongle. I'm doing the rotations on all of these, whether I like them or not. Those last two came out alright. Save at this point, start tracking. Oh, we're lucky there. It's going off frame, isn't it? Nope. Window's getting bigger because we're getting closer to it. So I'm going to scale up tracker and probably going to roll it around a bit more. Lock to it so I can follow it. L key to lock. About a third of the way through on this first track. This is probably the one I'll spend the most time trying to keep good and straight. Keeping an eye on the chat there because there is action from time to time and I dig it. But I'm sure it's more interesting to watch this when I'm not going frame to frame through like pieces of film footage and maintaining a constant stream of thought or something. At this point, my gut says make this bigger again. La 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 da da da. I wasn't even listening to that track and it's still in my head. Art Blakely. Two-thirds of the way. Doing great. In fact, well over two-thirds now because we're within a second of the end of the clip. See the end of the clip coming. Wow, we were doing great right to there. The point is drifting, but I'm seeing the pattern mostly just remain the same as we get closer to it, so I don't much mind that. Over and all. Save that. Select everything. What if I went GG and took this? Grab. Use the indicator point and let that be the center for one. And that's the last clip. Or the last frame. So, well, I'm going to give it a name here. Rear window. Ha 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 ha. Alfred Hitchcock reference. And we'll lock it, put it there. So Bad Haas, something else. I don't know if you're still listening or not. I'll take a chance that you are. The Challenger drove past this intersection too, before there was anything else in it other than that red minivan. It knew it was there. All he had to do is check his shoulder to see whether or not there was a vehicle parked there as an improvised roadblock or not. Right? So the time he gets back around, I guess he knows that the improvised roadblock will still be there. So the next question is, did he expect to find the Camry there when he got there? I don't know. They might have even given pause, right? Because now there's a whole other vehicle involved in it. Are they supporters or what, right? I need to take a break, but I got work to do, and I just had a break. I had a nicotine break. That's not kind of break I mean. I have an idea for another kind of break. Here's the second one. This one doesn't need a rotation. It merely needs to track the point. Point's going to be dead center on whatever is visible of the license plate. The most bright area. Same issue as the last time though. Scale, limit it, or not limit, but try to reduce the area that it's looking in to left and right more than up and down. Yeah, 5 minutes before, I don't think he would have. You don't think he would still think it was there? Oh, I do. I do, and I tell you why. Because it was an improvised roadblock at the bottom of the road where there wasn't supposed to be a roadblock. At the bottom of a one-way street. So I think he does know the red minivan will be there in 5 minutes' time. Because the red minivan is there to try to stop traffic from getting on the water as an improvised roadblock, not monitored by the state authorities or the police or the city authorities or anybody. That's why I think he knows it's going to be there. That's the reason why it's parked there already. So that's the real question. Was it parked there when he drove past? We don't really know that. But it wasn't more than a 20 or 30 seconds from the time that Ford gets there. Wow, that's doing great to actually catch despite his knee. I'm using GG to attach this point to at least the light on the front till guy is clear, and then I'll go back and fix it after, but we can see that he's still catching the plate. That's his leg is blocking the rest of it. So whatever I'm off left and right, I'll fix now when the plate comes back. Oh yeah, you can. Exactly. And when he flips his camera like that, the microphone switches from the one on the front to the one on the back, so there's no chance we'll hear the Challenger from that moment onward. If the Challenger were to accelerate at speed, if it could have, we wouldn't hear it. Whereas when he's talking to himself, like when he's got the camera pointed forward and the microphone is pointed at where sound's coming from, he would have. So as he's walking up the street and the Challenger's behind him, you can still hear it. But when he flips the camera and the Challenger's in front of him, you can't. It's all to do with the way that those mics work on the phone, a camera phone. And Ford decides that he wants to flip it, make it into a mirror rather than an actual camera. That bugs me more than anything. When I realized what Niwo was saying, I had not noticed it as I've been watching the live stream up until that moment in time. I've never been to Charlottesville. I have no appreciation for the geography or any of these streets or any of these locations. But once he made it clear, yeah, this camera has been flipped. This is a mirrored camera. Holy shit. Changed my perception entirely. I can now understand exactly what's happening here and where. So that's Ford's fault. So this one should be in around about here. And this one, similar. And this one will be splitting the difference in here somewhere. And this one, probably behind his leg a little more. And this one looks to be down here more though. Maybe I got that one wrong. I'll know better when I get some of these done. Aha, that one's really close though. And this one should be over here a bit more, I think. And that one is pretty much bang on, but I'm going to move it over. Ah, definitely. This one needs to go over more. Grab and on the X. Maybe like that. So if I lock it now, we'll have a better idea. Not bad. Okay, I think this needs to go over more. And this one too. Maybe about even that far. In which case, grab and move this one over. That's right. He flipped the shot, but unless you're paying close, like if you're not, even if you're not paying close attention, I guess doesn't much matter. Your head does the work of figuring out what you're looking at, and because you're focusing on Ford, you don't necessarily notice that the camera is mirrored. But if you knew Ford Fisher, if you knew him, actually personally knew him, you'd know immediately that camera was, if you knew his face at all. The only person in the world that wants to see a mirrored image of themselves, as if they're using a real mirror, is yourself. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Nobody else in the world looks at Ford Fisher like in a mirror. Only Ford Fisher. That's my point. So, you're in Cali. Hey, cool. I've never made it to California. I'd like to. I've heard lots about San Francisco in particular, in the town that I live in. I sometimes think that we're kind of the San Francisco of Canada. A lot smaller than. We don't have a Haight-Ashbury district, but we have the fog and we have some of the hills. We used to have trolley streetcars. We don't anymore. Those disappeared. Oh yeah, that looks like the deal. Yeah. Ford definitely made it more difficult to understand where he was and what was happening. He made it more difficult, but not like Faith did. Full of Antifa, I ain't missing, but yeah, I get that feeling. I have a friend who was going to Berkeley last year. She came back at the beginning of the summer and she did not want to talk about it. I asked her and she was like, I was like, well, you don't like it? And she said, it strikes me as a little bit. I think she was genuinely spooked because of how fired up the lefties were around her. And she was going through I think she was in a music school. So yeah, there was plenty of lefties there. Plenty of them. As soon as you get out, eh? What part are you in? Are you in the north or the south? So it's probably better for me to scale this up altogether, yeah? Oh, so close. South, eh? Yeah. I imagine there must be a big difference in the population density between the north and the south of California, too. This is a dirty, dirty track. It ain't gonna catch that one. Wow, I gotta go all the way over here. Wow, still on the plate? Still on the plate, great. I'm close enough for government work anyway. Just a joke I gotta be careful telling with this one. Close enough for government work. Virginia. I'm not actually, not with Ford's camera, and you can see why. Like, it's pretty blurry. No matter how much I zoom in or try to do. Now I'm looking only at one set of color data, but even if it's in full color, there's not much contrast indicated on the different channels to find the data there. So therefore I can't do much with it. However, I can tell that there's somebody in the car there at this moment, which is if we didn't know that. Because Grassy Knoll is somewhere up the road and getting ready to film. Get ready to turn his camera on, and it will be within seconds of this moment. So yeah, there is somebody in the car that is visible in Ford's camera. But the plate, not so lucky. Nemo said on his video show he had to use a still image of someone else had taken to get the plate. Ooh. Or Sono, if I want to call him that one. Heard him call it both. Is there really? Spots the van as it arrives. Is there a time code on it by any chance? That I'd like to see. It can't. I wouldn't imagine it arrived there much in advance of the march arriving there. It can't have. It can't have, because they would have been coordinating, I think, to be there by the time that the marchers, who were the counter protesters, the Antifa ones. That's what this van is there for. Here comes an issue. Someone's going to walk right in front of the point that I'm trying to track. I can use over here, though, as a temporary replacement long enough to get them past. And now I'm going to have to get really, really picky. Oh, sure. Thanks. Yeah, post a link too while you're at it. By all means, I've got. There's no restrictions on here for posting links, as far as I know. And if you do, just post if it happens to be like a YouTube link or something. Well, this is just like, I've got no other option but something like this, which is going to be ugly. Yeah, ugly as heck. Then again, considering we're passing the van as this moment occurs, this probably won't be too bad. This should be like down here somewhere. This one, like here. I'm going to use this as the aim point. Now here. Now here. I think this one should be more in like a smooth motion, which suggests it goes on the line. And I think that's going to do, I'm going to call this the Dodge tag. And I'm going to lock that one down. Now if I select both of them, go back into motion or 2D stabilization, add them both, and turn on stabilization. And now expected zooming is going to be pretty low on this track. The whole point of doing this one is to merely have the Challenger nice and pretty, you know, relatively stable in the shot for a few frames, so that I can clearly establish that you can see somebody in the front seat here. I think it's the red channel's got the best data for that. And there it is. That's behind a layer of like glare. The glare is in the blue channel. You can see it really, really clearly on the front, on the windscreen. So if I turn that off, you're starting to see a shadow back here. That's just how blurry his camera is. Quite blurry. This is what I want to be center image the whole time. Well, here's the other trick with this one. Since I know that there's going to be a certain, there'll be, how do I put this? Since I know there are going to be certain keyframes when this is ideally placed, I can set that as the anchor frame. there's the very first frame, is the one that was currently being used as an anchor. This is probably not the best frame though. Maybe one like this would be better, 51. And then I'll offset it to keep the van where I want it. Now I'll scale it up. And it looks like it needs to be brought back down to maintain. Turn off T here to make it a little easier. So it looks like that's all I need here. So, add a clip, shortmost stab. Right to the beginning. Stabilize the clip. See that it's playing good. Those will be black bars, what we see here. I think there are a couple of frames where you can almost read text on the plate. Particularly when the guy walks in front of it. Probably gets a little bit of, it might, well yeah, the sun's to the south and it's facing south. It's above and to the south, I mean. So there's a lot of reflection off this anyway. There I almost see them. And that's the clip. The other thing I want to do here is to, well, do a curves pass at least. And I want to be good and close to the car when I determine what colors are going to be best. That looks like a good frame. I can already see somebody there. How much more can I bring her out? Add another modifier. Color balance. More real than real this is going to look. This is the lift. Here's the gamma value. Looks to me like a higher gamma value will help. And I can color the data on the gamma layer a little bit too to compensate for tone and light. And then there's this one here is the gain, overall gain of the image. This one actually helped quite a bit for this, but I might not want it to be too bright either. I think gain is the one to use more so than this one. Quite a bit of glare on that windscreen. There you go. Published by Skyclad Video. Couldn't get a link, but it's still on YouTube. Huh. I wonder. That's a curious thing then, because there's, unless I can find something else which occurs, or someone else is filming at the same sequence and then can be identified also in a drone. There's not much you can do about identifying when that moment is. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that she pulled in there just pretty much as Ford got there too. Wouldn't shock me in the slightest at this moment. That's true. Oh, the plate's been caught. The Son of Newo. Check Son of Newo's videos, because he did a search on the plate. Got the wrong results first and then published the right ones after. Because he thought first that the van was a special case imported essentially from Colorado or some shit. But he'd been given the wrong data. They gave him the wrong report for the plate. Or the VIN number, it was what it was. He got the VIN number from the plate. Very, very tempted to go into clip editor here. And since this is a special case zoom, .1. The one from Montana, yeah, he thought that the plate was, or this car was from Montana. It turned out this is not from Montana. This is actually registered in Virginia, because he was given the wrong report on it. So the plate isn't. I don't think the plate is an issue. I've at least read one comment thread that said for sure the van was only supposed to be there. Yeah, he did all the legwork. He even went for a walk along the street to double check the lines of sight and everything. My God, man, I'd love to be able to do that walk. Because I have a very strong feeling that it would be like it would end most people's questions and thoughts. If they were to see it, they'd know. Okay, that looks like it's going to stay stable enough. I'm going to give it a render. Oh, I better save it first. Better save it. God, if I didn't know better, I'd say the side door was open on this van when the guy walks behind it. Because we can see clearly through the front window, which is open on the passenger side. The side window, I mean. And straight through to the other side. But that can't be through the front window. It must be through the back one. The one on the side, the panel window. So the clip that I just rendered is this one. Ooh, I'll turn the video on. I'll let that play again. I do believe there's someone visible there. So I get to the end of the clip, go back a single frame, I'll save, and I'm going to mark this as the end, and quickly render it again. You can see all the reflections all of a sudden inside of the van because of the color correction that I did and the light levels. We got a better picture of the reflection of the side of the van than we got through the front window. But still, matters little. But yeah, the reflections show up in high relief all of a sudden. Watch that again. Oh, I just closed the window altogether. That's generally not a good idea. Now I've got those few motion stabilized clips done. I'm going to move them over from where I've been rendering them to a folder where they're useful, which is here. Not under renders, under assets. Video. So, since I've saved this one, I can now open the other one. And I've got these marked. So is this frame 3995? That's where I want it to be. Pull this open over here. I can now get it clips and stuff. And under here is where I've got them put to. So the long Mo stab. Oh, 01 And then O2 is the second one, and O3. Crowds assembling at Charlottesville and Unite the Right rally aerial footage. Thank you. That's the video title on YouTube? Cool. Writing that down. I did a search. I did a search on online for simply Charlottesville and drone, and when I did, one of the, like, second or third from the top in the results was Charlottesville City Council had changed the rules on what drones were allowed to do in Charlottesville maybe a year or two or three ago. So it's a wonder not everybody and their dog doesn't have a drone. At least in Charlottesville. The first one is the first one to go down. So the idea here is cut between the regular camera and the motion stabilized sequence. I don't even need the fade here, I just hard cut. As long as this data matches on this side of the equation, I'm happy. And it looks pretty good. So the next one, if I start at here, is 180 in the difference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I should be able to get this one to slot in. Yeah. And if I hit H, I can zoom in on this guy to see whether or not this is the right frame. Good. That makes me happy. So I've got a really good view of this person and where their legs are. And it doesn't look to me like these are synchronized. So here's my point, or the point where I can synchronize them. Somewhere like that maybe. In which case this one needs to go back in time a little. Start frame. Okay, Alt hide it. Start frame back. Start frame back, start frame back, start frame back, right? I think that will do it. It might even be another frame back. If he was following, why was the van pulling up before with CP pacing? If Fort Fisher was following, why was the van pulling up before? Because they knew the rally was coming. And the idea, I think, I heard one person try to express it as, the idea was to stop traffic from getting onto Water Street. The van was there to prevent traffic from going onto Water Street while the large march was there. That's what they said. I find that difficult to believe because it's the wrong part of the street to do that job. So it's an improvised thing. It was a badly chosen improvised thing. So I think it was pulling up before he got there because they knew the march which Ford was in front of. He's 2 minutes in front of it, maybe 2 or 3. That's why. Two, maybe 3, maybe 4 minutes before the march would get there. So they knew it was coming that way, and they knew they planned to head north to get to the park or something, right? Because the park is north of this location. So the whole point was to prevent traffic from heading north. Or, no, not prevent traffic, but the whole point of this was to hold up the march at this location. At least as I understand it. CP passing as the van pulls up. I'll do it. Let's see if this causes a crash or not, hey? Got it. I'm going to turn this down into low res for a second. Afraid I'll cause a crash if I don't. I'm watching it right now. Is there no audio for it? Watching it on screen. So Ford should be here at the beginning of the rally, like at 38 or 39 seconds. Ford is at one of the corners here. Maybe. The way that the footage cuts here is not helpful either, because there's things removed. It would be continuous otherwise, right? Okay. Overhead shot rally. Oh, and where the buses is there too. Okay. I've seen some of this. Because that's going on to water there now. If there's footage of the van pulling up, the van must have reversed away from the corner where it was already parked and then pulled forward for the shot. Agreed? Oh wow, it's like totally tracking too, eh? Yeah. That's not the same moment. This is from a cut. That's before the march got that far. That's not true. That's told out of order, I think. Because, and I'll show you why, the large number of people in the clip at, say, after a minute 19, at a minute 20, that's not the same crowd of people that's passing by when the van pulls up. the drone starts tracking, right? Tracking alongside, like, but it's not tracking the main body. This does look to be in full speed. Yeah, this not tracking the main body of the rally when the van pulls up. So that must be some minutes before. The drone must have gone back to where the rally was congregating. So the clip that shows the van pulling up there was the clip that was taken first, is what I would contend. And then it's been put into place in this presentation to suggest that the van pulled up when the rally did. But the rally isn't there when the van pulls up. It's not the same crowd of people. Am I right? Oh yeah, the footage is cut to hell and gone. Who are the protesters? The people that are on the road when the van pulls up. That could be the alt-right. That could be the alt-right, the Nazis. That's more likely the Nazis than it is the Antifa, isn't it? Because it's before the Antifa big crowd arrives. The big crowd is in the middle of the road, takes up 2 lanes of traffic. The little crowd that we're looking at in that video is not as long as it's not as big as the one that's going to be protesting and marching. So I think you know what? There's probably even a difference in the light levels from the first part of the clip and the last. Yeah. The crowd passing must be alt-right, I would think, or not alt-right, but at least white nationalists. The ones who were at their actual protest or rally that was happening. The Unite the Right rally, that's what they are. But then the big Antifa protest is what they're tracking at the very beginning of that clip, which happens later. So they're telling the story backwards to forwards. Can you read the black banner? Yeah, on the crowd that's in the first part of the clip or in the second part? I'm scrubbing through here. Black banner is in the intersection. I've seen this road a couple times. So this the intersection where Ford is passed by the Challenger, where that black banner is. There are 2 black banners like that in the rally too, and I think that's the second one. So that's close to where Faith is. Is that what you're thinking? Oh, in front of the van on 4th. Yeah, I got you. Hang on. I'll look again. I'm going to full screen for a second. I see a banner there now, yeah. I also see that behind the black banner on the, like after the intersection, before the intersection, there's a guy with a Confederate flag. You see that? So if it's a black banner, it's a black banner protesting Antifa. Strangely. So on the sidewalk after the intersection is the black banner, you mean? Yes. But after that there's a guy with a... This crowd is in front of Ford, and Ford, as he starts his live stream, says, I'm about a block behind them. He doesn't catch up with them. So when he gets to the intersection of Main and the mall, it must be 5th Street in Main. When he gets there, there's a crowd that's sort of with him, but that's not the entirety of the crowd that was at that other rally. That's just the crowd that he's been, or the smaller group that he's been pacing. But he says at the beginning of his stream, there's a larger crowd of alt-righters. I think yeah, there's a Confederate flag on the sidewalk behind him, right? So I guess we know which protest that is. Just listen to this for a second. This is Ford himself, beginning of his stream.
All right. We're back. My phone overheated. If it goes down again, I'm probably fine, but the phone's probably overheating again. About 1 block ahead of me right now is the National Socialist Movement
there
banner. So basically National Socialists are walking across the streets of Charlotte.
So about 1 block ahead of me. That's what he means. And he doesn't go right away either. He hesitates for a little while before he starts moving. So this 1 block ahead of him, he never catches up with. Agreed? Is that what you kind of mean? That's probably the same moment in time, and Ford might even be in the drone. I think that might be them. That might be them. If that's the case, then she pulled up just as they were getting there. Yeah. Yeah, that would make sense. Wouldn't that? I think the improvised roadblock of the minivan does more to prevent traffic moving north, foot traffic, I mean, moving north on that street than it does to prevent any traffic, like car traffic, vehicle traffic. And that's what bugs me about it. If I was resident in the town, I'd be pissed that they even allowed any of that bullshit to happen. Oh, where is my window? I probably should take a marijuana break. I don't smoke marijuana on YouTube, but I play a doctor on TV. Maybe I'll make an exception tonight. He might be on the left edge of the frame. That's true. I'll have a closer look. I can download that and have a peek at it. See if there isn't anything to be seen there. If that is the case, then the timing is pretty solid. But I think he's more than a block behind them by the time that they get there. Ford doesn't leave right away. He dawdles and he paces the Challenger, or the Challenger paces him. Legal there, yeah. It's sort of legal here too, but I'm pretty sure my landlord wouldn't like me doing it. That doesn't mean anything, right? The landlord. I'm getting a copy of that clip here now. I'll zoom in on it right in about 30 seconds. Canada is starting to smarten up. I think we'll have decent marijuana laws before long. And a couple of years ago, someone told me that they thought would even be that the government would allow that we could grow our own. We can basically, for the last 10 years, we've been allowed to have at least 3 plants, or at most 3 plants, for personal use only. That's before Trudeau ever got his grubby mitts on it. Ugh, Trudeau. Ugh. Quite a guy. 100 downloads. Cut. I'm going to pop this clip into here simply because it'd be simpler. It'd be faster. Watching Trailer Park Boys. Yeah, Trailer Park Boys is, my goodness, that's Halifax. And there's tons I think it's here. Halifax has a bar named the Liquor Dome. Beyond the Liquor Dome. And boy, do they like their liquor. Crowds gathering for Unite the Right rally was what it was called, right? Yeah. So this clip is not that big. And I can get a multiple clip view here. Make it simpler to see this. No audio, thank goodness. This is the clip in question, this one. Here is the clip. Let's look at it nice and slow, eh? Talk about stable, holy smokes. National Guard. So my thinking is Ford is up here, or moving this way. In fact, he must be right here, look. If that's the case, the drone had to move back here first. Or maybe that's the Unite the Right crowd. I know he starts his video around about this location. He had trouble during the day too with his camera. He had to fix it at some point. That I noticed from one of the other streams he released. Ford's red shirt should stand out like a... He's filming. He's got a tripod behind him. He's got a helmet on too. Was Ford wearing white pants? He's got the tripod underneath the camera. That might not be Ford. There's another guy with a red shirt running around that all day. There's a good one, but he doesn't have a backpack. Not the right person. Here's the camera. Here's the root weevils. Is that what they're called? That's a cape. Started streaming near a blue box and also with a flipped camera. Right. So you have to think the opposite direction. He started next to Water Street is where he was. Which is not quite sure from here. Yeah, like a Dropbox, exactly. So this is the main rally. This isn't the white nationalists. Or this is the Antifa crowd, I think. That is definitely the Antifa crowd. All the red banners. And look how far it goes. That's up to the corner. That's up to the intersection there. So it's a block long. That's the guy with the Confederate flag. And since we know the van is definitely parked by the time Ford gets there, chance that Ford's going faster than the drone? Nil. Zero. Do you know what? We know when the bus passes Ford though. Or when a bus passes Ford. And it is before he gets here. So there's a bus. And like a Chevy Tahoe or something, or Suburban. So there's a bus and then a Chevy Tahoe or a Suburban. Okay. Don't need the audio. Gonna hide the video. Yes. There's the bus coming. If there's a black Tahoe behind it, then yeah, he's behind by about 2 blocks. Gosh, I do believe. Oh, the Challenger's there. The Challenger should pass through the shot. No, it won't have a chance. It's too far behind. The rally, the main rally is a block, maybe a block and a half now ahead up here. The Challenger's still behind it. That's oncoming. The Challenger's behind this car. And up here. So as this goes off screen for a second, and then this guy is in the way, but in behind his head, once the camera finally updates, there's a car here. That's probably the Challenger. And it looks like it turns even at the end of the road. There's another car next to it there. So hang on a second. If I hide this other motion stabilization clip, and if I make this window smaller so I got a bigger window. Oh, I can hit home and it'll fit. And now I just go ahead a few here. There's something behind that bus, and it does look like a black, or it does look like a dark, at least a van or a truck of some kind. I wonder, will we be able to identify if it's the same bus from the bus number? Would that be visible from the... At no point. It's a general blur. It's not a pickup truck, is it? I don't think so. Oh, I didn't think of that. The shadow. Sun is above, slightly to the south and past noon. So the shadow would tell us if it was a pickup truck. This is Ford Fisher, exactly. And what I'm double checking is, since this is a bus with a dark, what I assume is a dark SUV behind it, like a Tahoe or a Suburban, the chances of there being 2 buses with a Tahoe or Suburban behind them, pretty low, right? But that's what we got here. So however fast this bus is moving, that's how fast it takes. That's the length of time. Let's back this up again for a second. That's a different bus. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it got held up in the corner. That's how close the rally is behind him. That's how I know the time is told wrong here, right? That's the Antifa rally and the same bus with Tahoe. Get me? So this scene, so yeah, the bus has already cleared the intersection before the red minivan gets there. But by the time that the bus passes forward, that van has been parked there for a couple of minutes. So we could actually position this in front of the clip. If I could take a guess how long it takes the bus to come up the road. I don't know what it'd be visible in Ford's video. That might even be visible here. What, the bus or the Challenger? On the left. That's the camera switching around now to get to the next clip. Bus actually passes forward on the right because he crosses the street in front of the bus. The bus is not stopped, but it's going slow enough that he can jaywalk in front of it, I think. It's a real question, and after he switches the camera to the front again, we get an idea where the bus is. Oh yeah, right now he's to the bus, he's to the left of, but the bus is, yeah, and the bus is to the left of him. If you were in the bus and looking at Ford, he's to the left and vice versa. But when the bus comes parallel to Ford, when it's at Ford's location, because we don't see the bus oncoming here, right? He switches cameras, and when he switches cameras is when I start to do the stabilization again. So I'm thinking the timing of it is actually what we're locking down here, because here's the bus coming. The Challenger leaves him behind. The Challenger passed the bus farther up the road too, but the Challenger passed the bus before the bus got to the intersection of 4th and Water. 4th East. Had to have. I haven't had my joint yet. Christ. Fuck it. Broke every other rule tonight. For interest's sake, or for pity's sake, I'm going to turn off the camera for a minute. I could work out how long it takes the bus to get to him, but we'd be guessing, because I think this is in the same block though, right? He's about, yeah, of course it is. The Challenger passed him when he went to his face cam, which was way in the back here. The Challenger passes him here. And when it does, like, it's easy to see it. And it's easy to hear it, too. But it's the last time that you hear the Challenger. And that's where it is, right there. It's like parallel to him and passing him just as it clears the frame. So he's, for a minute and what? Minute 20 seconds, the Challenger is right next to him. And, well, for a minute, you can hear the Challenger in the audio. Let me just turn it on. If I hide the video for the first minute.
Okay, looks like it's going down. All right, it's of Charlottesville now.
There's a rumble underneath. You can hear the Challenger accelerate too. Challenger visible right there. This is the first time it's last seen, and this is the second time in the face cam that it's last seen. So it parallels him for a minute. It's just going exactly as fast as he is. And that's where I'll be getting the noise reduction pass from, I think. If I could hear a chopper there, I'd be even happier.
So, just a quick update. They're hard to see because they're a little bit about a block away, but
About a block, a little bit more than. And rounding the corner, so he doesn't get there for the main rally, passing 4th East and Main or 5th East and Main. He doesn't get anywhere close to that. Maybe he catches up with the tail end of him. I wonder what the speed of the bus is. I wonder what the civic rules for yes, that's right. The building must be obstructing exactly. Or it jackrabbit through that part so that it cleared the drone. The last thing they want to use, if they're going to be using this as the evidence that the van pulled up, and that's why the reason that it parked there. But nothing happened for the next 3 minutes or 5 minutes, so the van decides to stay there. This is an interesting bit of tape. True. I dig it. I'm having another look at it now. Because the bus is stopped at the light there. The drone had to come back to get that shot, and then it had to cross the road to get that one. So these are almost in order. And then this last one is not. That's definitely not in order. Yeah, you're never going to see the Challenger there because it's down in the right side of the road, so the building is totally cutting off the line of it. Be beyond the trees there if it were even there. I don't see any traffic moving forward. Yeah, the official narrative doesn't make any sense. So there's the roadway that we'd be looking for. It's 99% blocked. Even if the drone had been looking for him, he wouldn't have got an easy time finding him. Haha, wait a minute. What is that gets out there? Something in the road. That'd be interesting. They're about a block in front of me. Is what he said. I'd be making a big guess as to how long it takes the bus to go between that intersection and the time at which it passes forward. I'd be making a wild ass guess. But if the guess was right, that could be the Challenger there. Challenger did have another dark sedan driving behind it though. Like a car or two. That's a reflection off the top, the white color here. That's light being reflected from the sky. I don't think that's headlight. Well, it could be headlights. But it don't quite look right. You don't see why I say it? Because there's a mark on the road which gets covered up first. So this is the hood of the car here. That's a reflection. So that's reflection. That's the front of the car. That's funny timing. That is bang on, though. And look, where would we find Mr. Gilmore? Brandon Gilmore. What's the chances? So I guess Brendan lives like nearby, yeah? Someone walking east on the south side of the street. Down here? He slides further forward, he definitely does. But that's what someone else was saying. It looked like she was riding the brake. Didn't actually put the van in park. Rolled the brake right down to the crosswalk. I mean, that explains why Gilmore's right there, doesn't it? There's lots of little things there I haven't even bothered to go looking at. But like, you can read everything on the front of these buildings. Water Street. There's a Water Street in this town too. Not just any hardware, the hardware. Ford crosses to this side of the street before he gets to this block. Or as he gets to this block. And that's in front of the bus. If that car that's at the end of this clip isn't the Challenger, it's the dark sedan that's behind the Challenger. And I can guarantee that there's a dark sedan behind the Challenger. Because it's in this shot. Oh, wait now. Yeah. It's in this shot. There's the Challenger. Light colored SUV. Then another dark sedan 4-door. Right. When she got out, it was parked by that moment. There's the other dark sedan. That's probably the one that we see, I think. Is the Challenger quite that shiny? That's got a really big front windscreen. Don't know which of the two it is. This could also be the car that we see later in the clip, but Challenger matches description, so I think it goes north or east, curves north, gets back on market, and comes back. It's got 5 minutes to make that trip. Woo! Hey, look, I'm doing like TJ. You can't see what I'm doing. You can hear it. Out, damn spot. I got a bit of hash there too. I might get at that later. That'll go over real good. So dark sedan, then another light colored SUV. So the traffic is holed up already. He's still parallel with the dark sedan there. There comes the other light SUV. No reflections or anything. The light SUV is parallel with him. He's at the intersection of the next road. That must be third. Well, would be. Yeah, I have no idea. I haven't seen any footage which suggested they were moving beforehand, other than I've watched the Faith Goldie one and I watched the Rebel Z one. They seem to be pretty static at that moment in time. Someone asked me to look at the drone footage that shows the moment of like the impact itself, and it looked to me as I was watching it, the stuff that like the RT's been playing is at half speed. If it was filmed in 60 frames a second and played at 30, that's what it looked like. A soft slow motion. So if I ever want to cut that in, I'd try it at double speed just to see if it fit better. And that tends to be what it looks like at half speed. It looks like it's moving slower, like they're rolling on their own accord, not being pushed by an impact. I've returned. So that's the thing with the overhead drone stuff. I'm most of the time thinking the RT clip is being played at half speed. And so if I wanted to correct anything about that, that's what I would do, just to have a peek. I suppose I could do it right now. Hey, while we're at it. Whilst we are at it, sir. I should see whether or not I've already downloaded this, because I may well have. I know I meant to do it, so. If I look at my own file lists. So go back to the beginning. Playback. Speed. You know, I think I'll just use my keypad to do this. Speed 2. Looks too fast. Speed 1.5. Oh yeah. And then that would be slowed down. Buddy got throwed. Buddy there, la? Buddy there, what? Let's zoom this in. I'm doing this in the broadcaster studio. I'm not doing this in Blender. In Blender, this would be better. That's at 1.5 times speed. If I go back and do it in 1 times speed. Look at this person. Look at these people running. It looks almost right, but it don't. And yet, true from a distance, right? But at 1.5, that looks proper to me. This is at 1.5 still. This looks proper. So if 1.5 works for the rest of the clip, why shouldn't it work for the very beginning? They got paid by the frame. Faith is over here, right? Over this side. And these guys over here don't run at the right speed at 1. Anyone who watches this afterward, they can get the idea. This should be at 1.5 times speed, I think. Wow, it looks like there's not a lot of anything between maybe 2 feet of this roadway and Faith. I'm going to bring this in the blender. Now that I got all these other little tasks done that I've been getting at. Now I've got this saved. I'm going to just start a new one. I'll make a copy of this. Just copy the settings. Ah, what I've been doing is at 15 frames a second. No wonder. That explains some of it. Is that true for that last one? Now, FPS, we'll put it at 30. Come over here. It's this one. I select this and I get some of the details with this. This is at 640 by 360. So we'll do that here. So is that actual resolution now? I'm really only interested in one part of the image, which is right about here. It's about as detailed as it gets. And the frame rate when it loaded is 29.97. .30 FPS, what I think it... I was playing at it earlier, thereabouts. E for the end. And the reason I pulled it in here is not to check the frame rate, but to look frame by frame carefully here. So a crowd of people on the road here now. Vehicles are already moving though. Driver. Didn't get pushed underneath it. She was clear there pretty quick. We go by the dots. This must be the driver. There she's going back off there. Doesn't make it any farther than that. Huh. Had to hit a couple signs, yes? Watch. Huh. Was rolling in. That one was moving. Look. I don't think that's just update frames. That's moving. That's moving. That one was, yeah. How the fuck, right? True, the attack started some seconds before this moment, but it's rolling to a stop before the cars are in. They could have heard it, I guess, around the corner. Could have heard a scream as it approached the crowd, because it did kind of scream. But he's way the hell over here. Sunroof? Cab? Look at this guy. That's fucking heads up. You want to see a fellow's heads up? Right there. I hope he's a medic. So the cordon's already up by this moment, yeah? There's almost enough that are cut too. I'm imagining that's my master sync. At the end of the day, that's the horn that managed to tie it together for me. And ever since then, I've been hearing about how the hospital and fire stations are on this street, not on Market. Everything else is uphill. Fighting a downhill action is easier than fighting uphill. Agreed? I haven't been reading my text, sorry. From impacting a drone. Hey, John. Coming along pretty good. I think I got everything done that I needed to get done. So I've been taking a few minutes to look at other things. Well, I was thinking first that the drone footage here, when you see the moment of the crash, I think that's supposed to be playing at maybe 1.5 times the RT clip. This isn't fast enough. So what I'm thinking is this probably should be running at like 24 or 24 frames a second maybe. There is no audio. Oop. All the way over and is that at 24? This is at 50 frames a second. I think that's the one that I'd rather see. It's coming along quite good though. I got all the tracking done that I needed to get done. So I rendered off all the frames. Stuck it into the project where I'd been dealing with it. And I'll show you afterward. So now I've got all of the early video work done on the Ford Fisher live stream that I think I need to get done. I'm going to do the audio next. Thank goodness a break from Blender is nice. Only took one day. Figured that. Happy Wednesday to everybody on the stream. First day of the week. Pungent day for Discordians. I call it Wednesday. John, I was thinking to mention to you about superstition. I was trying to spit this one out earlier. Like, when I moved to Britain, I was amazed. We were kids at the time, and I was one of 4 siblings. And we were pretty superstitious here, but celebrating Halloween was normal for us. We went around door to door. We knocked on doors with, like, holding big bags for candy and stuff when we were kids. Pumpkins on every, like, jack-o'-lanterns carved into the pumpkins everywhere. Moved to Britain, no pumpkins to be seen, no candy, no fun at all on 31st of October. Couldn't believe it. My mother went out to the supermarket and she buys a turnip. What we call a turnip, what the British call a swede. And carves a jack-o'-lantern out of the turnip. That was our jack-o'-lantern the first year we lived in England. Yep. So 24 frames a second would be half speed, and 50 frames a second full speed. That's my contention. Maybe it's a little too fast. I don't know. Yeah, it looks a little too fast. I can customize that frame rate. I'm going to try it there. Now, you might think that's a little too fast. I think these people were running at around about the same rate speed. Okay, well, I know where Faith is. God, that's stupid of me. She's like back to the wall going, oh God, right? There, maybe? No, not that far. That's faith. Sorry to laugh. I mean, it's not funny. But I find it funny to think. She's the first on the wall. It was not enjoyed when we were kids, and that was in the mid 80s. And I remember by the time we left, it had started to catch on a little more, but so had American football. So had American football. It's a commercialized thing. Very, very. It fits into the North American commercial year from Labor Day onward. So, at Labor Day now, all the Halloween candy is in the Walmarts. From time you get close to Halloween, the Halloween candy's disappeared and it's turning into Thanksgiving / Christmas stuff. Here in Canada, Thanksgiving's in early October, not in late November or early November. Ours is a little earlier. Passed her position. Sure it did. Oh, right. So, you can tell where the Challenger is, though. Watch. If you figure this is the red minivan right here, and it's pretty much on the edge of the sidewalk, and the minivan must be 6 meters. So the Mazda, or the Camry, another 5 meters maybe behind it. So the Challenger pushes the Camry to where this is. Like right beyond. The Camry makes the 75 meter mark. So Faith must be here. Challenger's here. If you look at her live stream too, you can see where she's looking past this post or whatever. And there's nothing but a mass of flags and signs in front of her. They're all posted or pasted to that wall. That might be her there. But that's farther in than I thought. I expected her somewhere up here somewhere. But that's another flag holder. Could be her there. That's the line though. I got a feeling she's in somewhere in there. Could be her. So, John, allow me to show you what I've done. No, not the most that one. Darn. This one. She's got to be in somewhere around there. And she was so close to the wall. And then you think about what happens in the stream. That's what she does. She jumps to the wall. Where am I talking about? Wow, John, when we moved to Nottingham, the first thing that happened, which defined the next 3 years of my life, was a 10-year-old girl went missing across the street from where we lived at that same moment in time. This 10-year-old girl was going to what they call the newspaper store or the convenience store, buy a loaf of bread or whatever, goes missing, never seen again. My mother didn't let us out of the house for a year. At the same time, there was reports of white nationalists everywhere in Britain. Maggie Thatcher years. Right about the same time as Stonehenge was having the troubles. And that's when the white nationalists and the skinheads and the the like were to be spotted everywhere. We weren't allowed to go to the park anymore. We couldn't go to the playground. Would I send a kid trick-or-treating in Nottingham? No, I don't know. We lived outside of Beeston. We weren't in city centre. We were closer to Stapleford, I think it was called, Stapleton, than we were to city centre. Wow, I haven't looked at this in a couple of days now. This is what's the master cut for me. And it's a lot of stuff layered on top of one another. This is the Faith live stream there. It's this one, right? And it's the one down here in the bottom corner. Oh, that's after the moment, so that's what I'm looking for is right there. Duh! How many times have I talked about my own red bar? Assuming that this is within 2-3 frames, maybe a tenth of a second incorrect. Maybe. And Faith's is the least reliable stream because frames are being dropped all the time. Look. Like every 4 frames on Faith's stream anyway, there's nothing happening. So this is weird. She taps the thing twice to try to switch the camera, right? Once, doesn't take. And she does it a second time. Challenger's already running. So this is a similar window that we were just looking at, and I want to make sure I got that highlighted. I'm going to make this... Wait, no. Ooh, be careful here. Oh, I gotta be really careful about doing this. I don't want to screw anything up. Okay. Leave it as is. This'll do. This is where the cut actually occurs between the camera frames and the microphone initializing from the front one, or like the one she's talking to the front mic. So there's like a discrete amount of time it takes for a microphone to initialize. Like stop and then start. This discrete amount of time is less than the amount of time it takes the Challenger to go from the intersection to here. And it still should be fairly visible. She's getting like signs and stuff, and there's the light post. No, none at all. The only thing which is normal, as far as I'm concerned, is that from the time that the audio, the video record starts to the time that audio begins, there's a number of frames of video data, maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, and then the audio will start. Which again is a microphone initialization gap. The thing which keeps the time sync is the clock on the phone. It's the cycles on the CPU on the phone. So the time record is good for the rest of it. I haven't looked at Gilmore's audio that tightly or deeply either. Like I haven't pulled in an Audacity yet to have a real good look at it. I figured it was pretty good because of the phone. Yeah, I've heard the reports. Europe has been talking about it. Seems to me if it wasn't for citizen journalism, we wouldn't hear about this stuff at all. when you talk about rape gangs or whatever. Because the Camry barely makes it to the, well, at least in front of the 75-meter line. That's what I'm trying to say. So even if she's at the corner, maybe a meter or 2 or 3 meters in from the corner, she's beyond the line. Person with a flag immediately to her left. Okay. It's all things I would have to identify sooner or later. So what's driving nationalism is what's driving a lot of things. Time bomb? Probably. I've wondered, we were talking earlier today about whether there would be a civil war in Europe or not. I think that's the thing we're not talking about with Islam in particular, is that there's a civil war internal to it. Or at least that's what I hear other people talking about from time to time, and I think, yeah, this internal civil war is starting to spill out over the edges. They don't care. Some things they can agree on. Like who's fair game and who ain't, and that's not going to work in most of the national settings of the West, as far as I can see. I've spent a lot of time the last few years listening to people like Logic on YouTube. He's the only one in Canada. He does it with anonymizing himself. He won't even just talk. Oh wait, no, I'm looking for a specific one here. Just FFL. What have I got done tonight? 2 clips. Motion stabilized. Just because it cuts back and forth to the heavy duty clip. So as I was finishing up this stabilization pass, well, I've got the other one to put in here too. I hadn't even got around to doing that. So I've got another one to fit in right here at the end. Starting here. It's a shorter one. It is pretty early in the morning. 4:30? Yeah, 4:30. We have a half-hour time zone. We have our own half hour. And sunny, you can hear the rain, can't you? Past 4:20. I got a little bit of hash there for a special occasion tonight. Hash is a summer drug. See the glare on the window come off? You can see somebody there for a brief second. So that's all the motion stabilization I wanted to do extra. John, to answer your question. And that's what I finished tonight. That's as good as I want it. Doesn't need to be much better than that. Is the ADL? I don't know about that one. Let's see if Ford can't get fired. Whose news to share? Is that his organization or is it a loose organization funded by somebody like the ADL? What else is that, right? Half the reason I wanted the logo out of those zoomed in sections. Because I'm pretty sure Ford didn't ever want this done. If we have this bad a view of that, he knows exactly where the Challenger is, doesn't he? 807, yeah, I know. I still keep time with GMT as a result of. Yeah, it's past 4:20. I gotta eat before I do that. I was saying, Bad Haas was and I though. We got up to one other thing. He pointed out to me that there was this other piece of overhead footage. So, let's look at this other piece of overhead footage. It's at the beginning of this clip at the moment, because this is where it belongs. If I Alt-H, it'll unhide. The strip becomes not quite see-throughable. This is the drone footage taken of the end of the rally and then the beginning of the move onto Market Street. Or onto Water Street. And specifically, the piece of this that he asked me to look at is here. Well, there's two different march scenes shown. This looks to me like the Antifa march. And if we look on the intersection, bus held up and a black SUV beyond it. Dark SUV. Could be a Tahoe, could be a Suburban, who knows what. Looks more like a four-door to me. Anyhow, this is the second march, the larger march, the Antifa march, the one that got rammed. So the drone seems to be, this story of the drone clip seems to be telling us one thing, but it's not telling us the exact thing. That's the reverse angle of much the same moment. The drone must have changed over to the other side of the road, or we're looking at a flipped image. Can't be a flipped image because we're looking at a different building. Right? So the drone must have moved. That's the end of the march. This is the part Faith is going into. Or up through past, maybe? I can't remember where the red flags were behind her. She's up here right now. I'm skipping by 10 frames here. But this part, this is when the red van arrives. The bus and the black SUV get there before the red van does. How long does it take the bus and the black SUV to travel the road? What march is that? That's not the beginning of the Antifa march. I don't think. Because that's a Confederate flag, unless I missed my guess. So this moment is when the crowd that Ford is referring to at the beginning of his live stream. This is the ones that are a block in front of him. That's up at the intersection of 5th and Main. That's on Ford Fisher live stream. He gets there, of course, before anyone else. Oh wait, no. Bad. It's there when the white nationalists pass. When he catches the moment that they pass, it's there. This is pretty much the moment when Buddy gets in it too. Because the guy gets in right 30 seconds before. What are we doing today, John? I don't know. I'll sit here in the front seat. Well, yeah, I like the AC better. So not only is the vehicle there, there's someone in the driver's seat. And the next time marker I've got marked here is Challenger at the center of 4th and Main. It's 2 seconds away. Yeah, I think that's out on Market Street where the main body of the white nationalists have made it to by then. See, it's going past hometown crowd at that point. And this is where I cut to the other piece of motion stabilization. There's a photo finish coming up here, but there's the line that it's got to cross. That to that. Super bright in this image. But if I was to, say, do a curve pass on it. That white line, sure, she passed right out. She popped right out. Look. That's the line to watch. You can tell when the car is totally there in forward. No matter what he does. I call this the Egyptian MOSTAB. The moment where the motion stabilization begins. Right here. Challenger must be behind him a little bit. Nope. Parallel to him. And maybe not complicit, but like City Hall could lean on them and say, "This is you. Either you do what we tell you, or it's your job, right?" So complicit. Complicit would be, yeah. I don't think they're incompetent. The police knew that the roadblock should be at the top of the blocking road. That's what they stopped, or they didn't enforce it. If they really want to improvise a roadblock there, top of the road, please. Because it's a one-way street. So that has to be the photo finish moment, I figure. And that's definitely the bumper being dragged behind it, so the photons tell me that that's the moment. Where, like, no matter what Ford did, he at least got that moment. And look at the difference in this image. Like, I think it's nicer to look at by far. Christ. It is complicit. It is complicit. You're right. Not incompetent at all. I had to remind myself what the word was. Yeah. Not incompetent. They knew what they were doing. So is it complicit after the fact, or before the fact, or what? Or are they totally in on it until after? This is why Grassy Knoll's clip kind of really interested me when I saw Newo's work. What Newo released, that's what really popped it out at me. Yes, exactly. Yes. You could call a coalition most of the time in a political sense, but it's a conspiracy, yeah. And there is a crime involved, but what do you call the crime? The death of the people, or death or wounding of the people that were involved, or what? Or I don't know. When I first started thinking about what Neo was pointing out in the first two videos, he looked at Ford Fisher's live stream and then he looked at Grassy Knoll. But Ford Fisher and Grassy Knoll both, like, the first thing that they encounter is the goddamn red minivan. So I started thinking at that moment in time, if you want to talk about the crime here, you want to ask what are the crimes? The minivan at the intersection of water. If that had an improvised explosive device aboard it, it would have been way more effective at hurting a lot of people. I'm not trying to say that's a good thing, but that's the level of danger it is. If a unit of soldiers who'd been overseas anywhere had encountered that same thing in the field, they'd be wary about going close to the bloody van. That's my thinking. Depending on the situation they're in. And this is a state of emergency. Now, there's no reason to think that someone would put an explosive device on the van if the van is there to protect the Antifa March from having traffic come at it from that direction, from that road. But if it's going to block that road, to do so legally, it would have to be at the top of the road, which is what the rules, or apparently the plans, or like emergency plans and stuff say. So for not enforcing anything and letting the people do it themselves, I don't know if that's a crime or not. Grassy Knoll, is he a safety valve? And if he's not a whistleblower, is he we'd like to think he's a whistleblower. I would. So the fact is he was there and doing perhaps the job he was asked to do, but that doesn't mean he had to like it. He had to like it after the fact. When he could what he could see. Imagine if his body's turning in one place and stuff's happening in another. But the moment that the attack occurs, from Grassy's point of view, he's up between the two motorbikes and pointing in the opposite direction. So he's got like the least likely chance of hearing anything with his microphone on his camera. His ears are going to hear stuff. But I'm not sure how to read his reaction after the accident, or as the accident's occurring. His reaction strikes me as funny, too, but for a different reason. Like, he goes all the way up to the corner, and then he's kind of got a good position to see if there's going to be a large-scale riot or anything erupt. Like, if there was total and utter chaos, he's standing off from a position that he's not going to get hurt. And he's got to get all the way up behind those bikes. He's moving towards them before the accident occurs. So as he gets parallel to those bikes, it's when I fade the camera out, but the accident is occurring there now, right? He's just getting parallel to the bikes. They got a better view of it than he does. They immediately start the bikes up, turn, and move. But I don't think he's running or anything from this moment in time. He's moving quickly. People reach the corner before he does. Across the street here, look. It's about reaction times. The reaction times are wild, and they're protect and preserve, or whatever. Protect and serve, I think, is what ends up on TV. I played the Barney Miller theme earlier too. You know what? I don't give a darn tonight. Copyright strikes in my future. Protect and serve. I gotta use the cigarette right about now. I won't be very long though.